When I was on the stage with Michael Moore, I know all this politics crap would be brought up and everything like that. And I just had to let him know. I just whispered in his ear and I just said, I just want you to know it was not because of the politics that you won this award. You won it because we thought it was the best film that we saw. And then he turned to me and he goes, that means more to him than anything. He goes, if I wanted to make political statements, I would run for office. I want to make movies.
So I opened up my eyes and I took a look around. I saw it written across the sky. The revolution starts now. Yeah, the revolution starts now.
This film does something quite exceptional. It validates cinema. Because let's face it, the things that Michael Moore is saying in this film cannot be said in TV media in the United States at the moment.
What is so great about this work of art is that those people who haven't seen it have already made up their minds whether they love it or they hate it. Isn't this great in this country that you can have something like that?
I would love to have a White House screening of this film. I would attend it. I would behave myself.
This is a film that doesn't require us to actually view it to know that it's filled with factual inaccuracies.
I have always been a big believer in the flaws of capitalism. And the greatest flaw is that they will sell you the rope to hang themselves with, that greed ultimately wins out.
If they're going to have censorship about anybody who has any comment to make on the war president, and I might add the jobs president as well, if we can't say anything, the vacation president, the education president, the reading of fables to students president.
We have to have our minds clear. We can't let people play on our emotions. If we're going to fight an enemy, we need to know who the enemy really is.
People will see this film, you know. By hook or crook, people will see this film. I will get this film out to an American audience. They will see this film.
I was walking down the street in the town where I was born. I was moving to a beat that I never felt before. Where you working, where you play, where you lay money down. What you do and what you say, the revolution starts now. Yeah, the revolution starts now.
A friend of mine made the comment, we're surprised this movie got made. We're even more surprised that it's being shown in theaters, and we're totally shocked that it's still out.
I think one of the most important things in Fahrenheit 9/11, one of the reasons that everyone in Washington needs to see this movie is the fact that it shows what it looks like to be in Iraq. It shows what the servicemen over there are going through. It shows what the Iraqi people are going through. This movie showed for the first time my nightmares.
He's courageous and he's also extremely talented, and I respect him a lot.
I think that this movie is a gift to the American people. I am so thankful that it got the awards it got in Cannes, because I know we would not be seeing it otherwise.
Great film. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making this movie.
Thank you. Oh.
It's home, and we have a son, so it's like...
Great job, Michael.
Oh, thank you.
It was great. Hope everybody sees it. It was great.
You're the man.
Great job.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Mike.
Here comes Fahrenheit 9/11, like a breath of fresh air. It was like a release. And I'm here to tell you, as a 9/11 survivor who's followed this from day one, that there is not anything in there that is questionable. He put out information that could be proven.
We finally got to see some real negative sides expressed by the soldiers who are fighting over there. You never get to hear that.
I was one of those poor kids that joined so I could get the GI Bill and become a teacher. And that's what a lot of these kids did. They joined the army to go to school. And now they're fighting and dying. And it's senseless.
I think it was a wonderful movie. almost frightening because the way it depicted our government, and it was so sad to see how we almost been tricked into, supporting this war and all the soldiers that's been lost and all the Iraqis that's been killed.
And that's the importance of Michael Moore's movie Fahrenheit 9/11. It gives this country permission to talk about things that this administration does not want us to talk about. It gives us all permission to at least ask the questions and have the dialogue.
We in the Congressional Black Caucus, we are 39 ordinary people called to an extraordinary mission. And so often, Mr. Moore, it seems as if some people want to silence us. But the fact is that we have consistently stood up for issues that go to the center of people's lives. We were the ones that stood up against this Iraq war. We are the ones that have addressed issues of people who are struggling to make it through life. We are the ones who have talked about President Bush and some of the deceptive tactics that he and his administration have performed on this country. We are the ones. And so what you have done, while we try to give voice to the voiceless, this film, we believe, will give voice to our voices.
This is supposed to be America. In God we trust. God didn't let us down, but our public officials did. So we need to do something about that.
Have any of us in America, any of us, seen a single anchor or news person confront Mr. Bush with a hard question and then not let him out of it when he tries to give his bullshit response?
All our hopes it come to me, and the people gather around.
Have you seen Fahrenheit 9/11?
What do you think?
We've heard what Bush has to say. We've seen it. We live with it daily, all of us. This is an answer.
The revolution starts now. Yeah, the revolution starts now in your own backyard, in your own hometown.
I was very disappointed they put an R rating on this movie. They should put an R rating on the war.
What we've decided to do here at the Grand Lake is to not enforce the R rating, because after seeing the film, it became very clear to me that the R rating was politically motivated and absolutely uncalled for. I think this is a film that all young people should see. It's an important movie, and their future is at stake.
I was so astounded by what I saw. I mean, there was so much, and it was like, oh my gosh, this really happened? And I mean, it really brings you down to earth and lets you know what's really going on. And it really makes you want to just hurry up and turn 18 so you can get down to them registration booths and go ahead and change how things are. But even though we are not 18, we can still change the way things are today by going out to the precincts and telling people what's really going on. And I recommend this movie to all Americans. And they say this movie isn't a very patriotic movie because it is against they say it's against the president, but really it's more patriotic than probably any of the other documentaries you will see, because they always are saying, oh, the president did this for the country, oh, the president did that for the country. But here in this movie, you really see what's really going on in the White House and what is really happening to America.
People coming out of here feel empowered. They don't feel weak. They don't feel put upon. They believe that they can go out and make a change. They will make a change. And so it's the kind of energy you can't manufacture, that only the truth can bring about.
He's reminding everybody that the citizens of America own this country. Not the politicians. They're supposed to represent us.
This documentary is telling the truth regarding a lot of issues where the truth has been suppressed for the last 3 years. And if people are going to vote, they deserve to know the truth about these issues that affect us.
This movie makes people angry and makes them ask questions, or reminds them of questions they were asking a couple of years ago but have given up on because nobody answered.
We're in a very strange place that people try to convince young folk that this is not like Vietnam. Well, anyone who tells you this is not like Vietnam, read my lips, they're lying. This is exactly like Vietnam. It feels the same, it looks the same. Even the folk involved look the same way. When they stand on television and say what they said, that's exactly what Russ said. It's exactly what McNamara said. It's exactly what Johnson was saying. All those players, that cast of characters, said the same thing that these folk are saying right now.
You know, I stood up for principle in this film to do what was right. You know, I honored my commitment to my country. I went and fought in a war that I did not believe in. I've killed people. I've seen men die. And for what? I want you to ask yourself that question. What was this war about? When you leave here, when you go back to your states, and when you go back into your homes. But this is what I want you to do for me. Get involved. Politics runs your life. It depends. They put together budgets and ideas that put food in your mouth, clothes on your back. So get out there, do your deed, and vote. That is the biggest responsibility that you have to yourselves and this country. People have died for us to have the ability to vote. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Yeah, the revolution starts now in your own backyard, in your own hometown.
Hey everyone, Michael Moore here. Welcome to this special screening of Fahrenheit 9/11. I'm happy to have all of you with us, and there are probably most of you are watching this on my Substack, which we'll talk about in a minute or so here. But some of you are also watching this on your Facebook player. We have Occupy Democrats have joined us. They're showing it on their platforms to all their people. ACT TV, People for Bernie, Being Liberal is another site. Move On, of course. Welcome. Thank you for all the great work you've done over the years. And Now This, this great, you've seen the Now This videos online. Incredible work. We're on their platform here tonight, in addition to mine here at michaelmoore.com. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for making this available to people across this country and around the world. Some Europeans have written me this week saying you can't call it worldwide screening when it's 3 a.m. for us right now. We didn't think of that. Sorry about that. But we'll figure out something, because we'll do a European thing for you. But I know there are people in Asia and Australia, New Zealand, whatever. It's probably going on 9, 10, 11 in the morning over there. So welcome to all of you. And I just want to give you a little kind of background of this on this film, a little bit of history, and then we'll start the movie. And after the movie, we'll go to a live Q&A. I'll take your questions. You can email me the questions. That's the way to ask a question. Email me at mike@michaelmoore.com. Just send it. And then if you want to send it during the movie, if you want to wait till after the movie, that's fine. There'll be time to ask a question. And put your first name and where you're from on there, so we can personalize it a little bit. And we'll give that a shot. And then after the Q&A, I've got two very special guests that are going to talk to me, two people that are in this film. And that's all I'll say for now, but stick around for that if you can, the Q&A, and then after the Q&A, special interviews with people in the film. I think you'll find that very interesting and enlightening. I recorded them just before we went live here, so I can tell you, I personally was very moved by the things they said, and I think you will be too. So stick around for that. If you joined us a few minutes early and you saw that there was a little short documentary playing, that was I don't know. I don't know who made this. I should know who made this. It's probably somebody on my crew, but they it's called The Release of Fahrenheit 9/11, and I just watched it for the first time. This is like almost 20 years later, and it was amazing just to sit here and watch it. So you might have caught the tail end of it. I will rerun it at the end of the Q&A and the end of the interviews tonight, and then I'll keep it posted up here on YouTube. So if you want to come back to it later and watch it, it was something to watch, and things I didn't even know took place around the opening of the film. I just watched it now. So, but let me just tell you why we're doing this tonight on the eve of the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. In these months leading up to this 20th anniversary, it became clear to me, as I'm sure it has been to you, and to those of us who work here on my podcast, Rumble, that the 20th anniversary of this tragic event was going to be used to rewrite history, to do a revisionist version of what took place back then, of how we ended up in the war in Afghanistan, how we ended up in the war in Iraq. And it just, we were just talking about, and we were just going crazy and just thinking, what's the best way to counter this? And then somebody said, it was Basil, actually, my executive producer, said, we should show Fahrenheit 9/11. Listen, the answers are all in that film. And we watched it and we saw it, and we was like, I hadn't watched it in years. And it was stunning to see how much of the truth we weren't told, the truths that we were telling in this movie back in 2004, and how today, especially a generation that's been born since 9/11, 2001, don't know any of this, don't know any of the BS that was fed to the American people. And so we just thought, let's just show the movie. Let this be the answer. I'm tired of hearing, especially after Trump, a very common thing that people say, oh, we thought Bush was bad. Trump, oh. And yes, I get that, because I probably said it a few times too, but I never said that Bush wasn't bad or that we're somehow better than Trump. That's not true. And if you are young and you didn't live through that time of George W. Bush, to me, this man is a war criminal. These were illegal and immoral wars. And as I hear myself saying that, I think how lonely I was at that time during that buildup to the Afghanistan invasion, trying to say this is a quagmire. And by 6 to 8 weeks after 9/11, bin Laden was gone out of Afghanistan. And, the lumbering giant, we get in there and then we stay for 20 years. He's gone. We stay. And we lose these American lives, but we also kill tens of thousands of Afghan civilians and Taliban. But the Taliban, of course, are Afghans. It's just so I spoke up at the time, crucified for it. There was only one member of Congress that voted against our invasion of Afghanistan. No senator, every single senator, Democrats and Republicans, voted for this war. And every single Democrat and Republican in the Congress, the House of Representatives, voted for this war, except for one, Barbara Lee. Congresswoman Barbara Lee from the state of California, Oakland, California. She stood alone on the House floor and said no. And she was crucified. And we tried to tell people this is not going to end well. First of all, you don't fight ideology with guns and bombs and kidnapping citizens of Afghanistan and sending them to Guantanamo, sending them to dark sites where they are tortured. We went down a rabbit hole. We committed crimes. And so for many, many years, people like myself and Congresswoman Lee just had to take it on the chin whenever. People would not have us on shows at the time. And now this past week, 20 years later, a number of shows on TV, news shows, cable shows have asked me to come on because they want the dissenting voice heard, even though our dissenting voice from 20 years ago is now accepted as the common wisdom, that this was a mess, a hot mess, and we lost this war, and people died that didn't need to have to die. And it was, so I thank some of the media who've had me on this week to talk about this. Ari Melber and Brian Williams on MSNBC, unafraid to let me come on live and say things like, in the end, bin Laden won. He may have been killed, Al-Qaeda broken up, but what he wanted to do in terms of destroying us or our democracy, we were willing to do it to ourselves. We passed the Patriot Act. We put surveillance cameras on every other corner. We militarized our local police. We bit by bit stripped away our democratic rights, our constitutional rights. We spent $300 million a day for 20 years in Afghanistan. We were willing to bankrupt ourselves, to pass on a debt to our grandchildren that they'll be paying off decades from now. It's mind-boggling, and so my thanks to the media. Tomorrow morning, on the morning of 9/11, an hour before the 20th anniversary of this vicious, tragic event, Good Morning America is going to have me on ABC. This would not have happened 20 years ago, my friends. And so I'm grateful, but it's not enough. And we need more voices. It is the majority opinion now that we were wrong. The majority of Americans know this. This film you're about to see deals at the beginning with 9/11, how we were willing to sacrifice our sons and daughters on the altar of war. And then the movie will pivot into the Iraq War. And you're going to see things, if you haven't seen this movie before, that you've not seen. It's not generally in the mainstream media. And I owe a lot to other filmmakers who helped me with this film, who either were in Iraq already, like George Giddos, and gave me his footage that he shot there before the war in Iraq, and then once it started, but also Carl Deal and Tia Lesson, who 3 weeks before we invaded Iraq flew there at high risk to themselves to film scenes that you'll see in this movie. So I'm so grateful to those who risked themselves to bring this truth to you. I also want to thank my fellow producers of this film, Jim Zarneski and Kathleen Glenn, our line producer, Monica Hampton, and Tia Lesson also was our supervising producer that ran the office there for us and the whole operation of looking for footage. And she and Carl did all this great archival work. My sister Ann was the associate producer of this film. And the great editors I had, Kurt Engfer and Woody Richmond and Chris Seward. Man, I'll tell you, if you know anything about making a documentary, it's made in the edit room. It's where it's really written, because you have to go shoot it first. You shoot it without a script. Then you come back and you write the movie. It's a crazy way and a difficult way to make a movie. And my hat goes off to them and to all editors of documentaries, frankly. Thanks to our field producers at the time, Nikki Lazar, Megan O'Hara, Carl went back out also as a field producer. And, there's so many people I'm going to leave off. You can go to IMDb. There's so many names of people that contributed to this. The cinematography of Kristen Johnson, of Mike Desjardins, and others. Our great sound guy who was with us for many years and hopefully will be in the future, Francisco Latore. Edit room help from Francisco Bello to David Feinberg, Rebecca Cohen. I'm doing this all from memory now. So, we probably had 80 different people at some point working on this film. So my thanks to all of you for being part of it. I'll remember more names and say them afterwards, but I want to get to the movie, and someday I will write the larger story of how this movie came to be, because as soon as I gave my speech when I won the Oscar for Bowling for Columbine, it was the 5th night of the Iraq War, and I decided to say some words about George W. Bush, and people started booing, and the director lowered my microphone on the stage so I couldn't finish my speech. They struck up the band. A few days later, the studio that was going to fund my next film ripped up the contract. That film was this film you're going to see now, Fahrenheit 11. So we were broke. We didn't have any money to do this. And then an angel or two came in, and we were able to get this film made. We had huge help from Ari Emanuel, from Chris Lahane. Back when Disney owned the company, Miramax, that they was going to distribute the film. Once Disney saw it, the head of Disney said, "We're not showing this film. We're up for a tax break for Disney World in Florida." Jeb Bush is the governor of Florida. They put it in the vault, and it was supposed to die there until we told the New York Times what happened. And Ari Emanuel told them about what Michael Eisner, the head of Disney, told him about this film. And once that happened, it went on the front page of the New York Times, and it saved the film. It was, you were never supposed to see this movie. We took it to Cannes a few weeks later, Cannes Film Festival. We had been invited, and it blew our minds that the jury gave us the top prize, the Palme d'Or, at the Cannes Film Festival. And it just 3-4 weeks later, it was released in theaters across America. Some theaters wouldn't show it. Some theater chains wouldn't show it. And the opening weekend, it was the #1 grossing film on its opening weekend. First time a documentary had ever done that. And also we broke a record that weekend. This is the thing those of us who worked on the film were most proud of, that we broke the record held by Return of the Jedi. Up until Fahrenheit 9/11, that was the largest grossing film, Return of the Jedi, for an opening weekend for any film that was in 900 or less theaters across the country. We broke that record. It was one thing after another. And George Bush narrowly won re-election by just one state, Ohio, and just 120,000 votes. That's it. We almost did it. But that was the end of him after that. 2 years later, the country threw the Republicans out of the House. The Senate was in the hands of the Democrats then. Bush had his hands tied by the House and the Senate, and was not able to do too much damage in his last couple of years. And then we elected Barack Obama. So there's much more to talk about, and we could do that maybe in the Q&A. You could ask questions. I'd be happy to share with you my personal 9/11 experience on that day and that week. But I really want to thank Substack. This is the platform most of you are watching this on. It's a new, fairly new platform for mostly for writers to post essays and writings each week. And I've decided to start posting with them. And so each week I have an essay or a letter to you. I'd love for you to sign up for this. It's completely free. You get the newsletter. You get my weekly podcast called Rumble with Michael Moore, all free. All you got to do is, I think they're maybe putting up this on the bottom of the screen now. Just go to michaelmoore.com and up will pop this thing asking you for your email address. Just type it in. That's all we want. We don't want to know anything else about you. Hit submit. Up will pop a page that you'll see a little square for free. Hit free. Now you'll see some others because we also have a paid membership for those who want to become part of our gang here, Doggy Dog Films and Rumble and whatever. If you want to donate a little bit to help our work, to help our next film or whatever, you can do that also right there on that site. But you don't have to. It's all free. There's no paywall to any of my material I put out there. It's all free. This is just for those people that want to be part of my next film, helping us get it made, not having to rely on the powers that be all the time to get the funds to do these films. So if you can help us, please do that. We'd really appreciate it. A subscription to this is like $5 a month, or we have a special membership platform for those who want to help us enrich uranium, because we've declared that we will be the first Substack with a nuclear deterrent. And so you give a little more for that to help us with that. I know the NSA is probably watching this right now and they're going, oh my God, did he just say they're enriching uranium? We have to finish this film tonight. So, I mean, the missiles are not going to come in, right? During Fahrenheit 9/11. Well, there's your irony for you. If it does, something to tell the grandchildren. But anyways, but sign up for free right here with at Substack. And thank you to the people at Substack for providing this platform for writers. It costs us nothing to post our stuff and to send it to. Right now, I have, I don't know what it is today, 600,000, 700,000 people that get my weekly newsletter, get my podcast. Some of you are already getting it. Thank you for that. And those who haven't, you can join. You can join tonight. It's all easy peasy. It's free. So thank you for that. I think we should get started. Are we ready? All right. Okay. Let's, really excited to do this, to have this, the screening online, free to all of you. This is, we're calling this Mike's Movie Night because we're going to do this now on a regular basis. If you are one of the paid members, we're going to do this maybe once a month, every couple months, and you'll be able to join. No charge. We're not going to charge for showing movies. I'll pick the movies. I'll get the director or the stars or whatever the movie afterwards. We'll have a Q&A like we're going to do tonight. So it's one of the little perks. If you do help us with our next movie, you can be part of this Mike's Movie Night. And also I'll do a monthly Q&A online. Anybody who's a member can join in, ask me any question you want, just like we're going to do tonight after the movie. So be sure and stick around when the movie is over for the Q&A. It'll be live. Be sure and send me a question or two or a comment. I'll read it here. And then you're going to meet a couple of people who you're going to see in the film tonight. And I hope you can stick around for all of that. All right, here we go. So thanks everybody for joining us. I'll be back at the very end of the movie. Thank you for supporting my work all these years. It's meant a lot to me. It hasn't been easy. There's always a lot of fights just to make sure that those in charge don't touch my work, don't censor it, alter it, or prohibit you from seeing it. So I thank you for joining me in that struggle. And I thank you for whatever you're doing in your daily lives, wherever you live, to try and stop the madness and the insanity that's been going on. Thank you for that. We're all in this together. So without further ado, all of you out there, all my friends and people who love the movies and who hate what has happened to this country, I present to you now Fahrenheit 9/11. I know. And I
left in Florida. Oh, thank you. God bless you, Florida.
Was it all just a dream?
God bless you, Florida. Thank you.
Did the last 4 years not really happen? Look, there's Ben Affleck. He's often in my dreams. And the taxi driver guy, he was there too. And little Stevie Wonder, he seemed so happy, like a miracle had taken place. Was it a dream? Or was it real? It was election night 2000, and everything seemed to be going as planned.
In New York, Al Gore is our projected winner. The Garden State is green for Gore.
We project that Mr. Gore is the winner in Delaware. This state has voted with the winner in
Excuse me 1 second. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Mike, you know I wouldn't do this if it weren't big. Florida goes for Al Gore.
CNN announces that we call Florida in the Al Gore column.
Then something called the Fox News Channel called the election in favor of the other guy.
I interrupt you. Fox News now projects George W. Bush the winner in Florida, and thus it appears the winner of the presidency of the United States.
All of a sudden, the other network said, hey, if Fox said it, it must be true.
All of us at the networks made a mistake and projected Florida in the Al Gore column. It was our mistake.
Now, what most people don't know is that the man who was in charge of the decision desk at Fox that night, the man who called it for Bush, was none other than Bush's first cousin, John Ellis. How does someone like Bush get away with something like this? Well, first, it helps if your brother is the governor of the state in question.
You know something? We are going to win Florida. Mark my words. You can write it down.
Second, make sure the chairman of your campaign is also the vote counting woman, and that her state has hired a company that's going to knock voters off the rolls who aren't likely to vote for you. You can usually tell them by the color of their skin. Then make sure your side fights like it's life or death.
I think all this talk about legitimacy is way overblown.
And hope that the other side will just sit by and wait for the phone to ring. And even if numerous independent investigations prove that Gore got the most votes,
if there was a statewide recount under every scenario, Gore won the election.
It won't matter, just as long as all your daddy's friends on the Supreme Court vote the right way.
While I strongly disagree with the court's decision, I accept it.
What we need now is acceptance. We have a new president-elect.
It turns out none of this was a dream. It's what really happened. On the day the joint session of both the House of Representatives and the Senate was to certify the election results, Al Gore, in his dual role as outgoing vice president and president of the Senate, presided over the event that would officially anoint George W. Bush as the new president. If any congressman wanted to raise an objection, the rules insisted that he or she had to have the signed support of just one senator.
Mr. President, and I take great pride in calling you that, I must object because of the overwhelming evidence of official misconduct, deliberate fraud, and an attempt to suppress voter turnout.
The chair must remind members that under Section 18 of Title III, United States Code, no debate is allowed in the joint session.
Thank you, Mr. President. To answer your question, Mr. President, the objection is in writing, signed by a number of members of the House of Representatives, but not by a member of the Senate.
Mr. President, it is in writing and signed by several House colleagues
on behalf and myself of the 27,000 voters of Duval County, in which 16,000 of them are African Americans that was disenfranchised in this last election.
Is the objection signed by a member of the Senate?
Not signed by a member of the Senate. The Senate is missing.
Mr. President, it is in writing and signed by myself on behalf of many of the diverse constituents in our country, especially those in the 9th Congressional District, and all American voters who recognize that the Supreme Court, not the people of the United States, decided this election.
Is the objection signed by a senator?
Unfortunately, Mr. President, it is not signed by one single senator.
Unfortunately, I have no authority over the United States Senate, and no senator has signed.
Mr. President, it is in writing and signed by myself and several of my constituents from Florida. A senator is needed, but missing.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a member of the House and a senator?
The objection is in writing, and I don't care that it is not signed by a member of the Senate.
The chair will advise that the rules do care, and the signature of the senator.
Not a single senator came to the aid of the African Americans in Congress. One after another, they were told to sit down and shut up.
And it's a sad day in America, Mr. President, when we can't find a senator to sign
the gentleman
objections.
Will suspend.
Won't sign objections, Mr. President.
The gentleman will suspend.
Inauguration coverage, 2001, on a nasty, but it could be worse kind of day in Washington.
On the day George W. Bush was inaugurated, tens of thousands of Americans poured into the streets of D.C. in one last attempt to reclaim what had been taken from them. They pelted Bush's limo with eggs and brought the inauguration parade to a halt. The plan to have Bush get out of the limo for the traditional walk to the White House was scrapped. Bush's limo hit the gas to prevent an even larger riot. No president had ever witnessed such a thing on his inauguration day. And for the next 8 months, it didn't get any better for George W. Bush. He couldn't get his judges appointed. He had trouble getting his legislation passed, and he lost Republican control of the Senate. His approval ratings in the polls began to sink. He was already beginning to look like a lame duck president. With everything going wrong, he did what any of us would do. He went on vacation. In his first 8 months in office before September 11th, George W. Bush was on vacation, according to the Washington Post, 42% of the time.
I hit every shot good. People would say I wasn't working.
It was not surprising that Mr. Bush needed some time off. Being president is a lot of work.
Got these folks that say you're loafing here in Texas, that you're taking too long of a vacation.
They don't understand the definition of work then. I'm getting a lot done. Secondly, you don't have to be in Washington to work. It's amazing what can happen with telephones and faxes.
Thank you so much.
And just a destiny of voting.
Yeah.
What are you doing the rest of the day?
Karen Hughes is coming over. We're working on some things. And she'll be over here. We're working on a few things, a few matters. I'm working on some initiatives. You'll see. I mean, there'll be some decisions that I will have made while I'm here, and we'll be announcing them as time goes on.
The first time I met him, he had some good advice for me.
Governor Bush, it's Michael Moore.
Behave yourself, will you? Don't find real work.
And work was something he knew a lot about.
Anybody want some grits?
Relaxing at Camp David, yachting off Kennebunkport.
How you doing?
Or being a cowboy on the ranch in Texas.
I love the nature. I love to get in the pickup truck with my dogs. Oh, hi.
George Bush spent the rest of August at the ranch, where life was less complicated.
Armadillo loved to dig the soil looking for bugs. And so I went out there the other day, and there was Barney buried in his hole, chasing an armadillo.
It was a summer to remember. And when it was over, he left Texas for his second favorite place. On September 10th, he joined his brother in Florida, where they looked at files and met important Floridians. He went to sleep that night in a bed made with fine French linens.
You suppose he's pretty confident on those numbers on Iraqi security forces?
Make me look young. Yeah, I got a little sort of air noise. Yeah, just don't turn it up too much so I don't want to blow my head off.
I got a mic here if they want to hear. Testing 1 2. This is the Oval Office. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. This is the Oval Office. Testing 1 2 3 4 5.
On September 11th, 2001, nearly 3,000 people, including a colleague of mine, Bill Weems, were killed in the largest foreign attack ever on American soil. The targets were the financial and military headquarters of the United States.
If anyone has any idea, if they've seen him or knows where he is, to call us. He's got two little babies.
As the attack took place, Mr. Bush was on his way to an elementary school in Florida. When informed of the first plane hitting the World Trade Center, where terrorists had struck just 8 years prior, Mr. Bush decided to go ahead with his photo opportunity.
Read this word the fast way. Get ready.
Mad.
Yes, mad. Get ready.
Mad.
Yeah. Okay, get ready to read the words on this page without making a mistake.
When the second plane hit the tower, his chief of staff entered the classroom and told Mr. Bush, the nation is under attack. Not knowing what to do, with no one telling him what to do, and no Secret Service rushing in to take him to safety, Mr. Bush just sat there and continued to read My Pet Goat with the children. Nearly 7 minutes passed with nobody doing anything. As Bush sat in that Florida classroom, was he wondering if maybe he should have shown up to work more often? Should he have held at least one meeting since taking office to discuss the threat of terrorism with his head of counterterrorism? Or maybe Mr. Bush was wondering why he had cut terrorism funding from the FBI. Or perhaps he just should have read the security briefing that was given to him on August 6, 2001, which said that Osama bin Laden was planning to attack America by hijacking airplanes. But maybe he wasn't worried about the terrorist threat because the title of the report was too vague.
I believe the title was Bin Laden Determined to Attack Inside the United States.
A report like that might make some men jump, but as in days past, George W. just went fishing. As the minutes went by, George Bush continued to sit in the classroom. Was he thinking, I've been hanging out with the wrong crowd? Which one of them screwed me? Was it the guy my daddy's friends delivered a lot of weapons to? Was it that group of religious fundamentalists who visited my state when I was governor? Or was it the Saudis? Damn, it was them. I think I better blame it on this guy. In the days following September 11th, all commercial and private airline traffic was grounded.
The FAA has taken the action to close all of the airports in the United States.
Even grounding the president's father, former President Bush, on a flight forced to land in Milwaukee.
Thousands of travelers were stranded, among them Ricky Martin, due to appear at tonight's Latin Grammy Awards.
Not even Ricky Martin could fly. But really, who wanted to fly? No one, except the Bin Ladens.
We gotta get out of this place if it's the last thing we ever do.
We had some airplanes authorized at the highest levels of our government to fly to pick up Osama bin Laden's family members and others from Saudi Arabia and transport them out of this country.
It turns out that the White House approved planes to pick up the Bin Ladens and numerous other Saudis. At least 6 private jets and nearly 24 commercial planes carried the Saudis and the Bin Ladens out of the U.S. after September 13th. In all, 142 Saudis, including 24 members of the Bin Laden family, were allowed to leave the country.
Osama's always been portrayed as the bad apple, the black sheep in the family, and that they cut off
all relationship with him around 1994. In fact, things are much more complicated than that.
You mean Osama has had contact with other family members?
That's right. In the summer of 2001, just before 9/11, one of Osama's sons got married in Afghanistan, and several family members showed up at the wedding.
Bin Laden.
That's right. So they've not cut off completely. That's really an exaggeration.
We now welcome to Larry King Live. Good to see him again. Prince Bandar, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the United States.
We had about 24 members of Bin Laden's family. And in America, students, and His Majesty felt it's not fair for those innocent people to be subjected to any harm. On the other hand, we understood had the high emotions, so with coordination with the FBI, we got them all out.
This is retired FBI agent Jack Clunan. Before 9/11, he was a senior agent on the joint FBI-CIA Al-Qaeda task force.
I, as an investigator, would not want these people to have left. I think in the case of the Bin Laden family, I think it would have been prudent. Hand the subpoenas out, have them come in, get on the record. You know, get on the record.
That's the proper procedure.
Yeah. How many people were pulled off of airlines after that coming into the country who were what? They were from the Middle East, or they fit a very general picture.
We held hundreds of
and
weeks and months at a time. Did the authorities do anything when the Bin Ladens tried to leave the country?
No, they were identified at the airport. They looked at their passports, and they were identified.
Well, that's what would happen to you or I if we were leaving the country.
Exactly.
So a little interview, check the passport, what else?
Nothing.
I don't know about you, but usually when the police can't find a murderer, don't they usually want to talk to the family members to find out where they think he might be?
You have no idea where your husband might be.
Well, if you should hear anything, let us know, will you?
You willing to come downtown and give us a statement?
This gonna take long? You got the time? Mine's worth money, yours isn't. Send in a bill. I asked you a question. You're here to answer them, not ask them. Now, you listen to me, cop. I pay your salary. All right, sit down. I'm gonna earn it.
Yeah, that's how cops do it. What was going on here?
I think we need to know a lot more about that. That needs to be the subject of a significant investigation. What happened? How did it happen? Why did it happen? And who authorized it?
Trying to imagine what those poor bastards were feeling when they were jumping out of that building to their death. Those young guys and cops and firemen that ran into that building never asked a question, and they're dead. And families' lives are ruined, and they'll never have peace. That's right. And if I had to inconvenience a member of the Bin Laden family with a subpoena or a grand jury, do you think I'd lose any sleep over it? Not for a minute, Mike.
No one would question it.
No, it's right.
Not even the biggest civil libertarian.
No, it's
no
just,
one would question.
It's just, you know, you got a lawyer, fine. Counselor, fine. Mr. Bin Laden, this is why I'm asking you. It's not because I think that you're anything. I just want to ask you the questions that I would anybody.
Right.
And that's all.
None of this made any sense. Can you imagine in the days after the Oklahoma City terrorist bombing, President Clinton helping to arrange a trip out of the country for the McVeigh family? What do you think would have happened to Clinton if that had been revealed?
Bandar, do you know the Bin Laden family?
I do very well.
What are they like?
They're really lovely human beings. He is the only one I don't know him well, but I met him only once.
What was the circumstance under which you met him?
This is ironic. In mid-80s, if you remember, we in the United States were supporting the Mujahideen to liberate Afghanistan from the Soviets. He came to thank me for my efforts to bring the Americans, our friends, to help us against the atheists, he said the communists. Isn't it ironic?
In other words, he came to thank you for helping bring America to help him. And now he may be responsible for bombing America.
Absolutely.
What did you make of him when you met him?
I was not impressed, to be honest with you.
Not impressed?
No, I thought he was simple and very quiet guy.
A simple and quiet guy whose family just happened to have a business relationship with the family of George W. Bush. Is that what he was thinking about? Because if the public knew this, it wouldn't look very good. Was he thinking, you know, I need a big black marker? In early 2004, in a speech during the New Hampshire primary, I called George W. Bush a deserter from his time in the Texas Air National Guard. In response, the White House released his military records in the hopes of disproving the charge. What Bush didn't know is that I already had a copy of his military records, uncensored, obtained in the year 2000. And there is one glaring difference between the records released in 2000 and those he released in 2004. A name had been blacked out. In 1972, 2 airmen were suspended for failing to take their medical examination. One was George W. Bush, and the other was James R. Bath. In 2000, the documents show both names. But in 2004, Bush and the White House had Bath's name blacked out. Why didn't Bush want the press and the public to see Bath's name on his military records? Perhaps he was worried that the American people would find out that at one time James R. Bath was the Texas money manager for the bin Ladens. Bush and Bath had become good friends when they both served in the Texas Air National Guard. After they were discharged, when Bush's dad was head of the CIA, Bath opened up his own aviation business after selling a plane to a man by the name of Salam bin Laden, heir to the second largest fortune in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi bin Laden Group.
W at that time was just starting off in the world as a businessman. Because he's a guy who's always tried to emulate his father, he decided to go into the oil business. He founded an oil company, a drilling company out in West Texas called Arbusto, which was very, very good at drilling dry holes that nothing came out of. But the question has always been, where did this money come from? Now, his dad was rich. His dad could have done this for him, but his dad didn't do this for him. There's no indication that Daddy wrote a check to start him off in this company.
So where did George W. Bush get his money?
I'm George Bush.
One person who did invest in him was James R. Bath. Bush's good friend, James Bath, was hired by the bin Laden family to manage their money in Texas and invest in businesses. And James Bath himself, in turn, invested in George W. Bush. Bush ran Arbusto into the ground, as he did every other company he was involved in, until finally one of his companies was bought by Harken Energy, and they gave him a seat on their board.
A lot of us have suspected through the years that there has been Saudi oil money involved in all of these companies. Harken, Spectrum 7, Arbusto Drilling, all of the Bush companies. Whenever they got into trouble, there were these angel investors who flowed money into the companies.
So the question is, why would Saudis, who had all the oil in the world, go around the globe to invest in this lousy oil company? And the thing is, it had one big asset. Harken had one thing going for it, which is that George W. Bush was on its board of directors at a time when his father was president of the United States.
When you're the president's son and you've got unlimited access combined with some credentials from a prior campaign, in Washington, D.C., people tend to respect that. I mean, access is power. And I can find my dad and talk to him any time of the day.
Yes, it helps to be the president's son, especially when you're being investigated by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
In 1990, when Mr. Bush was a director of Harken Energy, he received this memo from company lawyers warning directors not to sell stock if they had unfavorable information about the company. 1 week later, he sold $848,000 worth of Harken stock. 2 months later, Harken announced losses of more than $23 million.
The James Baker law partner who helped Bush beat the rap from the SEC was a man by the name of Robert Jordan, who, when George W. became president, was appointed ambassador to Saudi Arabia. After the Harken debacle, the friends of Bush's dad got him a seat on another board of a company owned by the Carlyle Group.
We wanted to look at which companies actually gained from September 11th. Turned up this company, Carlyle Group. The Carlyle Group is a multinational conglomerate that invests in heavily government-regulated industries like telecommunications, healthcare, and particularly defense. Both George W. Bush and George H.W. Bush worked for the Carlyle Group, the same company that counted the bin Laden family among its investors. Carlyle Group was holding its annual investor conference on the morning of September 11th in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Washington, D.C. At that meeting were all of the Carlyle regulars. James Baker, likely John Major, definitely George H.W. Bush, though he left the morning of September 11th. Shafiq bin Laden, who is Osama bin Laden's half-brother, and was in town to look after his family's investments in the Carlyle Group. All of them together in one room watching as the planes hit the towers, and that in fact the bin Laden family was invested in one of their defense funds, which ironically meant that as the United States started increasing its defense spending, the bin Laden family stood to gain from those investments through the Carlyle Group.
Our Commander-in-Chief, President George W. Bush.
With all the weapons companies it owned, the Carlyle Group was, in essence, the 11th largest defense contractor in the United States.
Thanks a lot.
It owned United Defense, makers of the Bradley Armored Fighting Vehicle. September 11th guaranteed that United Defense was going to have a very good year. Just 6 weeks after 9/11, Carlyle filed to take United Defense public, and in December, made a one-day profit of $237 million. But sadly, with so much attention focused on the bin Laden family being important Carlyle investors, the bin Ladens eventually had to withdraw. Bush's dad, though, stayed on as senior advisor to Carlyle's Asia board for another 2 years.
As unseemly as it seems to know that George H.W. Bush was meeting with the bin Laden family while Osama was a wanted terrorist well before September 11th. It's very discomforting for Americans to know that. George H.W. Bush is a man who has obviously incredible reach into the White House. He receives daily CIA briefings, which is the right of any ex-president, but very few ex-presidents actually exercise that right. He does. And I think in a very real way, they are benefiting from the confusion that arises when George H.W. Bush visits Saudi Arabia on behalf of Carlyle and meets with the royal family and meets with the bin Laden family. Is he representing the United States of America, or is he representing an investment firm in the United States of America, or is he representing both? This company is about money. It's not about conspiracies to run the world or engineer political maneuvering and things like that. It's about making money, and it's about making a lot of money, and they've done very well.
I can get you on the record on this question. In the White House view, there's no ethical conflict in former President Bush and former Secretary of State Jim Baker using their contacts with world leaders to represent one of the most well-known military arms dealers, the Carlyle Group.
The President has full faith that his family will conform with all proper ethics laws, and will act properly in their conduct.
Okay, so let's say one group of people, like the American people, pay you $400,000 a year to be President of the United States. But then another group of people invest in you, your friends, and their related businesses $1.4 billion over a number of years. Who are you gonna like? Who's your daddy? Because that's how much the Saudi royals and their associates have given the Bush family,
Morning, everybody. Oh, we know
their friends,
How are you, sir?
and their related businesses in the past 3 decades.
Seems like a very nice reunion with friends.
Is it rude to suggest that when the Bush family wakes up in the morning, they might be thinking about what's best for the Saudis instead of what's best for you or me? Because $1.4 billion just doesn't buy a lot of flights out of the country. It buys a lot of love.
time to cry. Happy, happy. Put it in your heart where tomorrow shines. Gold and silver shine.
Sooner or later, this special relationship with a regime that Amnesty International condemns as a widespread human rights violator would come back to haunt the Bushes. Now, after 9/11, it was an embarrassment, and they preferred that no one ask any questions.
The investigation should have begun on September 12th. There's no reason why it shouldn't have. 3,000 people were dead. It was a murder, and it should have gotten started immediately.
First, Bush tried to stop Congress from setting up its own 9/11 investigation.
It's important for us to not reveal how we collect information. That's what the enemy wants. And we're fighting an enemy.
When he couldn't stop Congress, he then tried to stop an independent 9/11 commission from being formed.
The president's position was a break from history. Independent investigations were launched within days of Pearl Harbor and President Kennedy's assassination.
But when Congress did complete its own investigation, the Bush White House censored 28 pages of the report.
The president is being pressed by all sides to declassify the report. U.S. officials tell NBC News most of the secret sources involve Saudi Arabia.
We have given extraordinary cooperation with Chairman Keane and Hamilton.
We haven't gotten the materials we needed, and we certainly haven't gotten them in a timely fashion. The deadlines we set have passed.
Will you testify before the commission?
This commission? You know, I don't testify. I mean, I'd be glad to visit with them.
What it will do is the hole that's in my heart and has been in my heart since September 11th. I lost my husband, 15 years. I'm now by myself. I need to know what happened to him. I know what I got back from the autopsy. That man was my life, and I have no plan. I was taking a class, and they asked me what was I going to do in the next 5 years. And if I'm not doing something with this, I don't know what reason I have to live. So it's very important. Very important. Okay.
Ignored by the Bush administration, more than 500 relatives of 9/11 victims filed suit against Saudi royals and others. The lawyers the Saudi defense minister hired to fight the 9/11 families? The law firm of Bush family confidant, James A. Baker. So we're right here in the center of three important American landmarks, the Watergate Hotel and office building, the Kennedy Center over there, and the Embassy of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
How much money do the Saudis have invested in America, roughly?
I've heard figures as high as $860 billion.
860 billion.
Billion.
That's a lot of money.
A lot, yeah.
And what percentage of our economy does that represent? I mean, it seems like a lot.
Well, in terms of investments on Wall Street, in American equities, it's roughly 6 or 7% of America. They own a fairly good slice of America. Wow. And most of that money goes into the great blue chip companies. Citigroup, Citibank is the largest stockholder, is a Saudi. AOL Time Warner has big Saudi investors.
So I read where like the Saudis have $1 trillion in our banks of their money. What would happen if like one day we just pulled that $1 trillion out?
$1 trillion, that would be an enormous blow to the economy.
Right.
Mr. Moore, can I speak to you for a moment, please, sir?
Yeah, sure.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good. How you doing?
Steve Kimball, with Secret Service. How are you doing,
sir? Yes.
We're just ascertaining information regarding. Are you doing
okay.
a documentary regarding the Saudi Arabia embassy or chancery?
No, I am doing a documentary, and part of it is about Saudi Arabia. Even though we were nowhere near the White House, for some reason the Secret Service had shown up to ask us what we were doing standing across the street from the Saudi embassy. Here to cause any trouble or anything, and is that?
No, that's fine. We just wanted to make sure. We just wanted to get some information as far as actually
what's going on. Yeah. I didn't realize the Secret Service guards foreign embassies.
Not usually, no, sir.
No. Do they give you any trouble, Saudis?
No comment on that during answer.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take that as a yes. All right, good. Thank you very much. Thanks for the work you did. It turns out that Saudi Prince Bandar is perhaps the best protected ambassador in the U.S. The U.S. State Department provides him with a 6-man security detail. Considering how he and his family and the Saudi elite own 7% of America, it's probably not a bad idea. Prince Bandar was so close to the Bushes, they considered him a member of the family, and they even had a nickname for him, Bandar Bush. 2 nights after September 11th, George Bush invited Bandar Bush over to the White House for a private dinner and a talk. Even though bin Laden was a Saudi, and Saudi money had funded al-Qaeda, and 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudis, here was the Saudi ambassador casually dining with the president on September 13th. What were they talking about? Were they commiserating or comparing notes? Why would Bandar's government block American investigators from talking to the relatives of the 15 hijackers? Why would Saudi Arabia become reluctant to freeze the hijackers' assets? The two of them walked out on the Truman balcony so that Bandar could smoke a cigar and have a drink. In the distance, across the Potomac, was the Pentagon, partially in ruins. I wonder if Mr. Bush told Prince Bandar not to worry, because he already had a plan in motion.
You come in September 12th, ready to plot what response we take to al-Qaeda. Let me talk about the response that you got from top administration officials. On that day, what did the president say to you?
The president, in a very intimidating way, left us, me and my staff, with the clear indication that he wanted us to come back with the word that there was an Iraqi hand behind 9/11, because they had been planning to do something about Iraq from before the time they came into office.
Did he ask about any other nations other than Iraq?
No, not at all. It was Iraq, Saddam, find out, get back to me.
And were his questions more about Iraq than about al-Qaeda?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He didn't ask me about al-Qaeda.
And the reaction you got that day from the defense secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, from his assistant, Paul Wolfowitz?
Well, Donald Rumsfeld said, when we talked about bombing the al-Qaeda infrastructure in Afghanistan, he said there were no good targets in Afghanistan. Let's bomb Iraq. And we said, but Iraq had nothing to do with this. And that didn't seem to make much difference. And the reason they had to do Afghanistan first was it was obvious that al-Qaeda had attacked us, and it was obvious that al-Qaeda was in Afghanistan. The American people wouldn't have stood by if we had done nothing on Afghanistan.
The United States began bombing Afghanistan just 4 weeks after 9/11. Mr. Bush said he was doing so because the Taliban government of Afghanistan had been harboring bin Laden.
We will smoke them out of their holes. We're going to smoke them out. Smoke them out. We'll smoke him out of his cave.
Let's rush him and smoke him out.
For all his tough talk, Bush really didn't do much.
But what they did was slow and small. They put only 11,000 troops into Afghanistan. There are more police here in Manhattan, than there are U.S. troops in Afghanistan. Basically, the president botched the response to 9/11. He should have gone right after bin Laden. The U.S. Special Forces didn't get into the area where bin Laden was for 2 months.
2 months? A mass murderer who attacked the United States was given a 2-month head start? Who in their right mind would do that?
Dang. Anybody say nice shot?
Nice shot. Hell of a shot.
Or was the war in Afghanistan really about something else? Perhaps the answer was in Houston, Texas. In 1997, while George W. Bush was governor of Texas, a delegation of Taliban leaders from Afghanistan flew to Houston to meet with UNICAL executives to discuss the building of a pipeline through Afghanistan, bringing natural gas from the Caspian Sea. And who got a Caspian Sea drilling contract the same day UNICAL signed the pipeline deal? A company headed by a man named Dick Cheney, Halliburton.
From the point of view of the U.S. government, this was kind of a magic pipeline. because it could serve so many purposes.
And who else stood to benefit from the pipeline? Bush's #1 campaign contributor, Kenneth Lay, and the good people of Enron. Only the British press covered this trip. Then in 2001, just 5.5 months before 9/11, the Bush administration welcomed a special Taliban envoy to tour the United States to help improve the image of the Taliban government.
You have imprisoned the women. It's a horror, let me tell you.
And I'm really sorry to your husband. He might have a very difficult time with you.
Here is the Taliban official visiting our State Department to meet with U.S. officials. Why on earth would the Bush administration allow a Taliban leader to visit the United States, knowing that the Taliban were harboring the man who bombed the USS Cole and our African embassies? Well, I guess 9/11 put a stop to that. When the invasion of Afghanistan was complete, we installed its new president, Hamid Karzai. Who was Hamid Karzai? He was a former advisor to UNICAL. Bush also appointed as our envoy to Afghanistan, Zalmay Khalilzad, who was also a former UNICAL advisor. I guess you can probably see where this is leading. Faster than you can say black gold Texas tea, Afghanistan signed an agreement with their neighboring countries to build a pipeline through Afghanistan carrying natural gas from the Caspian Sea. Oh, and the Taliban? Well, they mostly got away. As did Osama bin Laden and most of Al-Qaeda.
Terror is bigger than one person. And he's a person who's now been marginalized. So I don't know where he is. Nor, I just don't spend that much time on him, Kelly, to be honest with you.
Didn't spend much time on him? What kind of president was he?
I'm a war president. I make decisions here in the Oval Office in foreign policy matters with war on my mind.
With the war in Afghanistan over and bin Laden forgotten, the war president had a new target. The American people.
We've got an unusual terror warning from the feds to tell you about. Fox News has obtained an FBI bulletin that warns terrorists could use pen guns, just like in James Bond, filled with poison as weapons.
Good evening, everyone. America is on high alert tonight, just 4 days before Christmas.
A possible terror threat
as bad as or worse than 9/11.
But where? How? There's nothing specific to report.
Be on the lookout for model airplanes packed with explosives.
And the FBI is warning ferries may be considered particularly at risk for hijacking.
Could these cattle be a target for terrorists?
Fear works.
Fear does work, yes. You can make people do anything if they're afraid.
And how do you make them afraid?
Well, you make them afraid by creating an aura of endless threat. They played us like an organ. They raised the orange, and then up to red, and then they dropped it back to orange. I mean, they gave these mixed messages which were crazy-making.
The world has changed after September the 11th. It's changed because we're no longer safe. Fly and enjoy America's great destination spots.
We've entered what may very well prove to be the most dangerous security environment the world's known.
Take your families and enjoy life.
Terrorists are doing everything they can to gain even deadlier means of striking us.
Get down to Disney World in Florida.
It's like training a dog. You tell them sit down and you tell them to roll over at the same time. Dog doesn't know what to do. Well, the American people were being treated like that. It was really very, very skillfully and ugly in what they did.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
All right, you need another.
They will continue, in my view, as long as this administration is in charge, of every once in a while stimulating everybody to be afraid. Just in case you forgot. It's not going to go down to green or blue. It's never going to get there. There clearly is no way that anyone can live constantly on edge like that.
The harsh reality facing American families today is that they're not as safe as they used to be.
drug dealers and users looking for their next fix, gangs who roam the streets in search of their next victim, and the growing threat of terrorists means the need for protection is ever greater. And now that protection is here. Zytec Engineering LLC has developed and tested a safe route, finally affordable to the average American citizen. The kind of protection formerly obtainable only by the wealthy or powerful.
Heck, you can be sitting in here drinking your finest Bordeaux and enjoying life while chaos is erupting outside.
Every family in America should prepare itself for a terrorist attack.
Now to escaping from a skyscraper. John Rivers is the CEO of the Executive Chute Corporation. Good morning to you, John.
Good morning, Matt.
Tell me about the product you're bringing to the market.
It's a emergency escape chute. It's an option of last resort.
How high do you have to be in the building for that chute to actually take effect?
You only have to be on the 10th floor or above.
They can put this on themselves?
Right. They can put this on themselves in as easy as about 30 seconds. It's real easy to put on.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Real easy to put on, but when you first get this chute, you're going to want to put it on and try it on a few times yourself.
Jamie's having a little trouble putting that thing on, I want to mention. I mean, is this something that you honestly think in a moment of panic that someone can operate properly?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. This is actually, Jamie's probably never put this thing on before in her life, so it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's something that when you get it, you're going to want to put it on several times.
Well, despite the raising of the terror alert level, residents here in Saginaw are continuing with their Christmas errands. Frances Stroik and her family do some last-minute holiday shopping, knowing that Al-Qaeda is planning to attack America. She says being in Saginaw doesn't make her feel any safer than if she was in New York City.
Midland is close by, and I said Detroit's not that far away. I said they could be something, and Flint, this could be something, be concerns for people around here.
Well, you never know where they're going to hit. You never know where they're going to hit.
But one potential target specifically mentioned by the terrorist has security officials baffled. It's tiny Tappahannock, Virginia, population 2016. Such an attack could generate widespread fear that even here in rural small-town America, no one is entirely safe.
On the 6 o'clock news, there was something but a terrorist alert in Tappahannock.
What'd the FBI tell you?
Well, they contacted me by phone. Basically let me know about this word Tappahannock, and that's how it started.
And their so-called chatter that they pick up, they wasn't sure Tappahannock. It is a Rappahannock County. This is the Rappahannock River.
There is a Rappahannock, a place called Rappahannock, and they got it mixed up.
This Tappahannock, not Rappahannock.
Is there any terrorist target around here?
Not that we can really think of.
It can happen anywhere.
We have a Walmart here.
We're having a big spaghetti supper in here.
Walmart, probably.
Do you feel extra suspicious of outsiders?
Oh, well, everybody does that. It's just something that happens.
When I look at certain people, I wonder, oh my goodness, do you think they could be a terrorist?
You never know what's going to happen.
That's right, you never know what's going to happen.
You never know what's going to happen. It's going to happen right now, you know. Never trust nobody you don't know. And even if you do know them, you really can't trust them then.
From Tappahannock to Rappahannock to every town and village in America, the people were afraid. And they turned to their leader to protect them. But protect them from what?
Let the eagle soar like she's never soared before, from rocky coast to golden shore. Let the mighty eagle soar.
Meet John Ashcroft. In 2000, he was running for re-election as senator from Missouri against a man who died the month before the election. The voters preferred the dead guy, so George W. Bush made him his attorney general. He was sworn in on a stack of Bibles, because when you can't beat a dead guy, you need all the help you can get. During the summer before 9/11, Ashcroft told acting FBI Director Thomas Pickard that he didn't want to hear anything more about terrorist threats.
Mr. Watson had come to you and said that the CIA was very concerned that there would be an attack. You said that you told the Attorney General this fact repeatedly in these meetings. Is that correct?
I've told him at least on 2 occasions.
And you told the staff, according to this statement, that Mr. Ashcroft told you that he did not want to hear about this anymore. Is that correct?
That is correct.
His own FBI knew that summer that there were al-Qaeda members in the U.S. and that bin Laden was sending his agents to flight schools around the country. But Ashcroft's Justice Department turned a blind eye and a deaf ear. But after 9/11, John Ashcroft had some brilliant ideas for how to protect America.
The USA Patriot Act, adopted by Congress and signed by Bush 6 weeks after the attacks, has changed the way the government does business. The USA Patriot Act allows for searches of medical and financial records, computer and telephone conversations, and even for the books you take out of the library. But most of the people we spoke to say they're willing to give up some liberties to fight terrorism.
Maybe that's a good thing.
It's definitely sad, but it has to be done.
Yes, something needed to be done. These are the good people who make up Peace Fresno, a community group in Fresno, California. Unlike the rest of us, they've received an early lesson in what the Patriot Act is all about. Each week, they meet to discuss matters of peace. They sit around, they share stories, they eat cookies. Some have more than one. This is Aaron Stokes, a member of Peace Fresno. The other members liked him.
He had come to the meetings. He went with us. We go out on Friday nights and stand on a very busy corner in Fresno. And he had gone with us. He had handed out flyers. He went with us in June to a WTO protest.
Then one day, Aaron didn't show up to the meeting.
My friend Dan and I were reading the Sunday newspaper, and when I picked up the paper, in the local section, Aaron's picture caught my eye. The article said that a sheriff's deputy had been killed, and I saw it had a name that wasn't the right name, and it said that he was a member of the sheriff's anti-terrorism unit.
That's right. The photo of the man in the newspaper was not the Aaron Stokes they had come to know. He was actually Deputy Aaron Kilner, and he had infiltrated their group.
Sheriff Pierce made it very clear that, yes, in fact, Aaron Kilner was assigned to infiltrate Peace Fresno, that he was able to infiltrate organizations that are open to the public.
You could understand why the police needed to spy on a group like Peace Fresno. Just look at them. A gathering of terrorists if I ever saw one. This is Barry Reingold, a retired phone worker from Oakland, California. Barry likes to work out in the gym. Somewhere between his cardio and his strength training, Barry got political.
We're up in the gym, and it was after we were working out, and a number of us were talking about 9/11 and Afghanistan and bin Laden, and someone said, bin Laden's a real asshole for murdering those people. And I said, yeah, that's true, but he'll never be as big an asshole as Bush, who bombs all over the world for oil profits.
Barry didn't have to worry about the police spying on him. His fellow weightlifters were more than willing to turn him in.
I was taking a nap, and I guess it was 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they came to my place, and
I said, well, who's there? And I said, the FBI. I said, the FBI? I mean, why are they here?
Yes, the FBI had come to see Barry, and they weren't there to jazzercise.
The FBI said, have you been talking to people about 9/11 and about bin Laden and oil profits in Afghanistan? I said, a lot of people are talking about these things. I feel my rights have been, trampled on. I mean, if you have something to say to me in the gym, well then, fine. Don't tell the FBI and they come to my apartment while I'm taking a nap.
There's nothing to be ashamed of here. There's full transparency. There's nothing about the Patriot Act that I'm ashamed of in any way, shape, or form. I have a 1-800 number. Call me. I'm the guy you call if there's a violation or an abuse. If you've got a poster child on this, I want to see it. That's what I do. I'm hired by the people of the United States to provide oversight. I provide oversight.
Trent Lott said the day the bill was introduced, maybe now we can do things we've wanted to do for the last 10 years.
No, I've always, you know, a dictatorship would be a heck of a lot easier. There's no question about it.
I mean, they had all this on the shelf somewhere, ideas of things they would like to do. And they got 9/11 and they said, it's our chance, go for it.
There was an immediate assumption on the part of the administration that there had to be a surrender of certain of our rights.
There's several definitions in the bill that are quite troubling. First of all, the definition of terrorist, and it's so expansive that it could include people who...
Like me. No one read it. That's the whole point. They wait till the middle of the night, they drop it in the middle of the night, it's printed in the middle of the night, and the next morning when we come in, it passes.
How could Congress pass this Patriot Act without even reading it?
Sit down, my son. We don't read most of the bills. Do you really know what that would entail if we were to read every bill that we passed? Well, the good thing, it would slow down the legislative process.
I couldn't believe that virtually no member of Congress had read the Patriot Act before voting on it. So I decided the only patriotic thing to do was for me to read it to them.
Members of Congress, this is Michael Moore. I would like to read to you the USA Patriot Act. Section 1, Section 210 of this code reads as follows. Section 2713.
My job is to secure the homeland. That's exactly what we're going to do. But I'm here to take somebody's order. That would be you, Stretch. What would you like?
Right behind you.
I'm going to order some ribs.
We all know you can't secure the homeland on an empty stomach. And in order to remain secure, everyone needs to sacrifice. Especially little Patrick Hamilton. I'm sure each of us has our own personal airport security horror story. But here's my favorite. The terrorist threat that was posed by his mommy's breast milk.
I thought, well, if I just put a little bit on my lips, then that would be sufficient, because obviously I'm tasting it. And she looked at me, and I felt like she was telling me, you need to chug that. She goes, no, you need to drink more. And of a 4-ounce bottle, I wound up drinking 2 more ounces of breast milk that then, because it's touched my lips, has to be tossed.
While Homeland Security was making sure breast milk was kept off our planes, they were also doing everything possible to ensure no one could light a firebomb on board.
I can bring that on the plane?
Actually, you can, yes, you're fine. Oops, 1 too many books of matches. You can have 4 books of matches and 2 lighters.
When we already have the experience of Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, who would have blown up an airplane with his shoe bomb had he had a butane lighter, according to the FBI, why would the Transportation Security Agency say it's okay to take 4 books of matches and 2 butane lighters in your pockets as you board an airplane? I'm guessing that somebody put pressure on them to say, you know, when an airplane lands, people want to light up pretty quickly, so don't take their lighters away.
Okay, let me see if I got this straight. Old guys in the gym, bad. Peace groups in Fresno, bad. Breast milk, really bad. But matches and lighters on the plane, oh, hey, no problem. Was this really about our safety? Or was something else going on? This is where the Pacific Ocean meets the shores of Oregon. Over 100 miles of beautiful, open coastline on our border. And, thanks to the budget cutbacks, the total number of state police protecting it? 1. Part-time. Meet Trooper Brooks.
I maybe get a chance to hit this stretch of highway once, maybe twice a week during my shifts. You know, it's just to even drive up here and look. You know, I mean, as far as I know, somebody could, there's lots of things they could do. I don't even want to suspect, because it just makes me ill inside.
Back at the State Trooper Patrol Office, thanks to the budget cuts, Trooper Kenyon had to come in on his day off to catch up on some paperwork.
For the most part, especially during the summertime, when people show up here, this is exactly what they get. They close the door. They can read the sign about the office closure, and it just basically explains that, you know, due to our cutbacks, our office is not open for administrative business. And there's a little sign down at the bottom that explains when the office is closed. that they can use the phone booth to get in touch with our dispatch. Ironically enough, that phone is a piece of junk. It doesn't work very well. So half the time they pick up the phone and dispatch gets a bunch of static and they don't hear anything. For Tuesday, there'll be no troop on patrol. Wednesday, there'll be no troop on patrol. Thursday, there'll be no troop on patrol. You get calls all the time. People will call in a suspicious vehicle or somebody looking suspicious, you know, and I don't hardly ever respond to that anymore. I just don't have the time to do it. One night I asked, how many people do we have in the state of Oregon on duty tonight? And we had 8 troopers on for the entire state of Oregon working.
I think, you know, Oregon is a prime example that Homeland Security is not as secure as what I think people would like to believe.
Nobody sent me any manual that says, here's how you catch a terrorist, you know, and if I had that manual, I'd read it, but I don't, so, yeah.
Of course, the Bush administration didn't hand out a manual on how to deal with the terrorist threat because the terrorist threat wasn't what this was all about. They just wanted us to be fearful enough so that we get behind what their real plan was.
4 minutes.
All right. All right.
What's time? 3 minutes.
Okay, folks.
30 seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
On March 19, 2003, George W. Bush and the United States military invaded the sovereign nation of Iraq, a nation that had never attacked the United States, a nation that had never threatened to attack the United States, a nation that had never murdered a single American citizen.
شنو ذنبه؟ شنو ذنبه؟ خليه يقاتلون جندي يقاتلون جندي والله جبناه والله جبناه طلعت عليهم بالدود قلت له اضربني ما يرضى يضربني. قمعهم وهذا البقال حلفه جيب علي يعلقه على الحلف. ترى المال يدبق يموت ما يموت.
تعال سبحة تعال سبحة. دقيقة كلها. We are going to find this, I think, it's piece of my neighbor, young girl, age 20, Shams. I think it's the other part of her body. That's all.
There is a lot of innocent civilians that were killed, and I think that is because the U.S. Army, you know, we came in and we knew it wasn't going to be easy, and they pretty much at first shot anything that moved.
When war happens and the fighting starts, you know, it's kind of like we're pumped up, motivated, ready to go.
It's the ultimate rush, because you know you're going into the fight to begin with, and then you got a good song playing in the background, and that gets you real fired up, ready to do the job.
You can hook your CD player up to the tank's internal communication Charlie box, so that way when you put your helmet on, you can hear it through the helmet.
This is the one we listen to the most. This is the one we try when we kill the enemy.
drowning pool, let the bodies hit the floor is just fitting for the job we were doing.
We think the roof is on fire because basically it symbolized Baghdad being on fire, and at the time we wanted it to burn to get Saddam and his regime out. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn.
This is a whole totally different picture here, being pushed into the city, urban warfare in a tank, you know. Civilians.
The civilians, it gets.
You don't know who's friendly
because we're not.
Who's the enemy?
This was a lot more real and true than just a video game. A lot of people thought it was just me, oh yeah, look through the sight and shoot. No, a lot of this is face to face, and especially riding by after some of the bombs have went off and seeing all the people on the side of the road bloated up and just all the smells around you. I mean, from the people lying dead, rotted, and it's a lot more gruesome than you think.
We called in with some artillery and some napalm and things like that. Some innocent women and children got hit. We met them on the road, and they had, little girls with noses blowing off, and like husbands carrying their dead wives and things like that. That was extremely difficult to deal with because you're like, shoot, like, what the hell do we do now?
The targeting capabilities and the care that goes into targeting is as impressive as anything anyone could see.
Got him. Good. Second one. Hit the other one.
The care that goes into it, the humanity that goes into it.
ما عندهم يقين ما يعرفوا كل شيء لا هي ناسنا لا مسيحيين ما حد يعرف عملوا فوز العالم هكذا الله يخرب بيوتهم الله يخرب بيوتهم الله اكبر الله اكبر والنصر للعراق والنصر للعراق وكلنا فدائيين للعراق.
شو رايك يا حج يضربوا المدنيين يعني؟
ايه مدنيين هي كلها هذا بيت عمنا كله مدنيين هم عسكريين كله مدنيين يضربون. من الله ينتقم منهم حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. 5 جنازات من جنازات فقد بيت يا الله يا الله يا الله يا الله. الله انتقم منهم الله خذ حقنا منهم. وينك الله وينك الله.
Honestly, I think we should just trust our president in every decision that he makes, and we should just support that, and be faithful in what happens.
Do you trust this president?
Yes, I do.
Britney Spears was not alone. The majority of the American people trusted the president, and why shouldn't they? He had spent the better part of the last year giving them every reason why we should invade Iraq.
Saddam Hussein has gone to elaborate lengths, spent enormous sums, taken great risks to build and keep weapons of mass destruction.
Saddam Hussein is determined to get his hands on a nuclear bomb.
Nuclear weapon, nuclear weapon, nuclear weapon.
Active chemical munitions bunkers, mobile production facilities.
We know he's got chemical weapons. He's got them, he's got them, he's got them.
Huh, that's weird. Because that's not what Bush's people said when he first took office.
He has not developed any significant capability with respect to weapons of mass destruction. He is unable to project conventional power against his neighbors.
We are able to keep arms from him. His military forces have not been rebuilt.
Saddam Hussein aids and protects terrorists, including members of Al-Qaeda.
There was a relationship between Iraq and Al-Qaeda.
Saddam, Al-Qaeda, Saddam, Al-Qaeda, Saddam, the Al-Qaeda, Saddam, Al-Qaeda.
It is only a matter of time before terrorist states armed with weapons of mass destruction develop the capability to deliver those weapons to U.S. cities.
What we're giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence.
A man who hates America. This is a man who cannot stand what we stand for. His willingness to terrorize himself. He hates the fact, like Al-Qaeda does, that we love freedom. After all, this is the guy that tried to kill my dad at one time.
They simply got people to believe that there was a real threat out there when in fact there wasn't one.
You get told things every day that don't happen. It doesn't seem to bother people.
Of course, the Democrats were there to put a stop to all these falsehoods.
I will vote to give the president the authority he needs.
The United States is prepared to lead the coalition of the willing that will do it.
When I say we will lead a coalition of the willing to disarm him if he chooses not to disarm, I mean it.
Who's in that coalition of the willing now?
You will find out who's in the coalition of the willing.
The coalition of the willing. Roll call. The Republic of Palau. The Republic of Costa Rica. The Republic of Iceland.
Of course, none of these countries has an army or, for that matter, weapons. So it looked like we'd be doing most of the invading stuff ourselves. But then there was also
Romania, the Kingdom of Morocco.
Morocco wasn't officially a member of the coalition, but according to one report, they did offer to send 2,000 monkeys to help detonate landmines.
These are men of vision.
The Netherlands.
And I'm proud to call them allies.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan? Oh yeah, they had an army. Our army. I guess that's one way to build a coalition. Just keep invading countries. Yes, with our mighty coalition intact, we were ready.
One could almost say it's the mother of all coalitions.
Fortunately, we have an independent media in this country who would tell us the truth.
The rallying around the president, around the flag, and around the troops clearly has begun.
And we're gonna win!
You really have to be with the troops to understand that kind of adrenaline rush that they get.
I just want you to know, I think Navy SEALs rock.
The pictures you're seeing are absolutely phenomenal.
When my country is at war, I want my country to win.
Iraqi opposition has faded in the face of American power.
What you're watching here is truly historic television and journalism.
It was absolutely electrifying. They actually had to strap me in with my camera at the back of the plane.
An awesome synchronized killing machine.
There is an inherent bias in the coverage of the American press in general.
Am I slanted and biased? You damn well bet I am.
But one story the media wasn't covering was the personal story of each and every soldier who was killed in the war. The government would not allow any cameras to show the coffins coming home. That kind of story is a downer, especially when you're getting ready for a party on a boat.
Look at what's happened to me. I can't believe it myself. Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. It should have been somebody else. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me.
My fellow Americans, major combat operations in Iraq have ended. In the Battle of Iraq, the United States and our allies have prevailed.
62 the number of troops killed by hostile fire.
244 U.S.
384 U.S. troops have lost their lives.
Killed 484. Died in the line of duty 500.
631 American
More than
troops.
825 troops have been killed in Iraq.
Largest number of American military deaths since Vietnam.
There are some who feel like that if they attack us, that we may decide to leave prematurely. They don't understand what they're talking about if that's the case. Let me finish. There are some who feel like that, you know, the conditions are such that they can attack us there. My answer is bring them on.
The United States was planning on just walking through here like it was going to be easy and all, but it's not that easy to conquer a country, is it?
The renewed battle for control of Iraq raged for a fourth day today with street clashes in nearly every corner of the country. Iraq could become, quote, another Vietnam.
Officials say they see evidence that Sunni and Shiite extremists might be joining forces.
They're not happy they're occupied. I wouldn't be happy if I were occupied either.
Everybody, here we go. Come on, party people. Throw your hands in the air. Come on, party people.
Two Japanese aid workers and a journalist kidnapped by men calling themselves the Mujahideen Squadrons. They threaten to burn the hostages alive if Japan does not withdraw its troops from Iraq within 3 days.
What's happened? Oh. They attacked our convoy. What is your name? Hamill. Thomas.
The Pentagon might keep up to 24,000 troops in combat beyond their tour.
I know our numbers in the military have gone down. You know, they talk about retention.
You know, never really expected to be deployed this long. I don't think anybody did.
I don't have any clue as to why we're still in Iraq.
If Donald Rumsfeld was here, I'd ask him for his resignation.
With the war not going as planned and the military in need of many more troops, where would they find the new recruits?
Military experts say 3 times the 120,000 U.S. troops now deployed would be needed to pacify and rebuild the country.
They would find them all across America, in the places that had been destroyed by the economy, places where one of the only jobs available was to join the Army, places like my hometown of Flint, Michigan.
And I was watching TV one day and they showed like some of the buildings and areas that had been hit by bombs and things like that. And while watching, I got to thinking like, it's parts of Flint that look like that.
Exactly.
And we ain't been in a war.
Look at the neighborhood I live in. Most of them are abandoned. I mean, you know, that's not right. You want to talk about terrorism? Come right here. President Bush right here. Come right here. He knows about this corner. I emailed him.
At the end of January of '04, the unemployment rate in Flint was actually 17%, but you have to take into consideration as well that when your unemployment runs out, you're no longer counted. I would say that we're probably close to at least 50% not working or underemployed, because being underemployed is just as dangerous. So my family has gone through the welfare system. When it was Job Central in the mid-'80s, I came through the Job Training Partnership program here at Job Central, and I went to a secretary school. Years later, I'm the executive assistant to the president of the agency. Interesting. My mother used to tell me all the time that, why do you always go for the underdog? It was because the underdog is who needed me. People that don't have anything, that's who I have to fight for, and that's who I have fought for my entire life. I started taking my children and telling my children, the military is a good option. I can't afford to have you go to college. I cannot pay your way. Financial aid will not help you. So I, as a mother, started teaching my children about the options that the military could do. That would take them around the world. They would see all the things that I, as a mother, could not let them see. It would pay for their education that I, as their mother, and their father could not pay for them.
Military is a good option for kids in Flint.
Military is an excellent option for the people in the city of Flint.
How many of you have a friend or a family member in the service? Anybody currently serving overseas?
Brother of mine, my cousin.
Yeah, cousin.
Where's your brother?
Iraq.
Germany.
My cousin got shipped off to Iraq like 3 days ago.
Dang. There's like a Army or Navy recruiter or Marines recruiter up there almost every week. Just in the lunchroom recruiting students from out the lunchroom.
There are people with a calling. Most serve 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year. Earning money for college. Protecting their community. In the Army National Guard, you can.
I'm going into the Air Force myself. I'm gonna take a year off probably after high school and then just go and make a career. I want to be an aircraft maintenance technician.
I ran into a recruiter, and there was something I noticed about it, and this is kind of on another, it was just, I noticed it was odd. It was more like he was hiring me for a job than recruiting me for the Army. It was the way he approached me. He approached a friend of mine. I was in Borders, Books, and Music. He just came up, it was like he was handing us a business card. He had business cards made for the Army and everything.
Meet Marine Staff Sergeant Dale Cortman and Sergeant Raymond Flower. They are two of the many recruiters assigned to Flint, Michigan. They're very busy these days.
Look at, he's running away already. Seen this coming.
Yeah. What do we got here?
Need a
little gangster.
Yeah.
We're heading over to the Cortland Mall right now.
They decided not to go to the wealthier Genesee Valley Mall in the suburbs. They have a hard time recruiting young people there. Instead, they went to the other mall.
Let's go in through Mervin's.
In through Mervin's?
And then we can walk straight down, straight back, and then go down to the lunchroom or whatever.
Gents,
you know we're looking at you, right? You guys ever think about joining up?
Thought about going to college and playing basketball.
Okay.
So.
You any good?
Yeah. Oh yeah, especially basketball.
Good. You can play ball for the Marine Corps as well. You know, travel around the world, getting on the Marine Corps basketball team. David Robinson was in the military as well. So yeah, you can definitely hook it up. So
Right now, there's somebody out there who wants to be a Marine but has no idea how to do it.
where you work at?
I work at KOC on
Sweet.
Dorton Lapeer.
You can hook us up with some deals.
Yes.
They're waiting to get recruited.
I don't know. I was probably gonna try to get a little career in music or something.
Career music. Maybe we can get you a career in music, you know, let the Marines go for it. I'm sure you know who Shaggy is, right?
Yeah.
You know anything about him?
Yeah, he the Jamaican.
Yeah? How about a former Marine?
Oh.
Did you know it? You definitely need to know discipline if you're gonna get into music.
Yeah, I understand.
Especially discipline with the money. When you make $1 million, you need to manage that money. So come in the office, we can sit down and talk, show you everything we know about the Marines. Sound like a plan?
What do you got going on later this afternoon? How about tomorrow?
We say right around 10 o'clock Monday morning. That sounds pretty good.
Okay.
Want me to come pick you up?
Better to get them when they're 1s and 2s.
Hey, pal.
And work on them that way.
How are you? Ladies, you ready to join up? Green hat right behind us. Looks young. He's young.
Yeah. We're in town.
Yeah. We got two over here. Yeah. Right over by the red van. Yeah. You go that way, I go this way, we corner them. You're in the 9th grade.
Yes, sir.
Man, you look older than 9th grade, so.
Yes, sir.
All right, here's my card.
You ever thought about being a Marine, man?
I thought about it. I got a wife and kid now, so.
Okay. Even more reason to join up. What I want to do, ma'am, real quick is just get some information from you so I can scratch you off my list saying I've already talked to you and you know you're not interested. Is that cool? All right. What's your name? What's your phone number? What's your address, Mario? Add another one to the list.
However, you know, one would love to have that chance to experience college life, you know, stuff young people can do without having the risk of dying in the process, I guess I can say candidly.
The holidays do add a little bit more friction as opposed to just another night, in the fact that we want to give our guys a little bit time off, a little bit time to relax. However, we are in a combat zone. My soldiers do recognize that fact.
Everybody's a little bit nervous about it, I guess.
We're professionals. We're going to take care of you. I promise.
Every house here has the right to have weapons. Maximum, one AK-47. We always expect the targets to be armed.
Rock and roll.
Fucking
bolt cutters. These goddamn things pry doors open. Pop this in there.
You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Why? Santa Claus is coming to town. Gather round. He's making a list, checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town.
He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're away.
He knows if you've been bad or good,
So be good for goodness sake.
you better watch out.
Hey, Adele, just hold up. There's something there.
لا تبكي صحينا يا لا تبكي بدنا نسأله صحينا يا
Where's she going?
I'll go with her.
Where's she going?
She's gonna call him.
She's gonna call him?
Yeah.
No. Just where is he at right now? I need to, not on the phone. Not on the phone. Is he in the house? Is he in the house?
Passerelli!
Is he in the house?
Passerelli!
He is in the house. Where? This is him?
Get up there, second floor, second floor.
Watch out. Go. Watch out, Adele. Watch out.
Hey, one coming up.
That's Sahib Al-Duri.
نعم.
What's your name?
صهيب. This is صهيب. Yeah. This is صهيب.
This is Sahib.
Yeah. شو مسوي صهيب يا الله شو مسوي عيني؟ شو مسوي طالب من الجامعة الله بوسي.
Tell them
All right.
to calm down.
You guys moving up to the roof? Wait one.
It will not be long. We appreciate your conversation. This is the target. Sahib Al-Duri, bring him out.
We have to, as you go back to the old saying, we win the hearts and minds of the people. That's our job. We have to bring the ideal of democracy and freedom to the country, and show them that the American people are not here to rule Iraq.
لا تخافي ما راح يضربك بس قولي الله يخليك ما يضربوني يعني ليش تكون عيني تعالي الله يعطيك العافيه بس تكتي حجيه ايش يحكي
I start doing evidence turn-in. That process takes about 3 hours, so that's going to be it for the night, and that concludes Christmas Eve.
Checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty.
Merry Christmas, BRT. Merry Christmas. Santa came to Iraq just for you guys. Trying to keep the skies clear for you, Santa.
You consider yourself a proud American?
Absolutely. I'm extremely proud American. I think I'm probably more proud than the average Joe. When I put my flag out, I can't allow it to touch the ground, because I know the lives that were lost and the blood that was shed so that I could be here and have a flag.
All right, how often do you put the flag out?
Every single day. Every single day. I started when my daughter was in Desert Storm. I had the same flag flying on my front porch and the same yellow ribbons, praying and hoping every single day that my child would come home safe and that everybody's child would come home safe.
And she did.
And she did.
You have other family members that have been in the military?
Absolutely. Uncles, aunts, cousins, brothers, father.
It's a very strong military.
Very strong.
Family.
My family is what I consider part of the backbone of America. It's families like mine, and it's not just my family. There's hundreds of families, millions of families out here that this country was founded on their backs. I have been known to be a conservative Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
what you consider yourself, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great country.
It's a great country. It's a great country. The cross that I choose to wear, if you notice, it's a multicultural, a multicolor cross. That's because I believe that all God's people come in many colors. And my family itself is multicultural.
You have a daughter who went into the military. Then your firstborn son in the military. That's that's quite a gift to the country.
Exactly
right. From your family.
Exactly right.
So having a son in the Army, pretty proud thing.
Oh, you know what? He made it.
What was your reaction to the protesters during, say, the Gulf War or Vietnam?
I always hated the protesters. I always hated the protesters. It was just a slap in my face. It was just like they were dishonoring my son. And I burned in my soul to tell them, you don't understand. They're not there because they want to be there. But then I came to understand that they weren't protesting the men and the women that were there. They were protesting the concept of the war.
I know I'm a soldier and I'm here to do a job, and
been a soldier for a while. Once you have to go and do your job and you see the things that you see, I was saying there's some disillusionment in that.
Battalion Commander fully expects us to be attacked in some type of way before we get to Fart Show. I know that so far it's been pretty calm, not much has happened, but be aware that it can and it probably will.
They're beginning to organize themselves just in neighborhoods. The kids get together a lot. Well, I can't say kids, but guys about 17, 18 are starting to come together. And they hate us, just why I'm not really sure.
Immoral behavior breeds immoral behavior. When a president commits the immoral act of sending otherwise good kids to war based on a lie, this is what you get.
Hey, is he ticklish? Yes, he do. Don't tell me you don't know what it is. That motherfucker still has a heart on. Some mother. Why are you touching somebody else? He touches dick.
To have these people shoot at us, kill us, blow us up, whatever means they can, and I don't understand it. We're trying to help these people, and it seems they don't want our help. Get out of here. But the minute something goes wrong with them, oh, why weren't you here? Why didn't you do this? You know, I hate this country.
You know, I feel that a part of your soul is destroyed and taking another life. And yeah, that statement is very true. You cannot kill someone without killing a part of yourself.
If you get called up, you go back to Iraq?
No. You're not? No. What repercussions do you face if you don't?
Possible jail time. That's one possible thing.
Are you willing to risk that?
Yes. Yes, I will not let my person, I will not let anyone send me back over there to kill other poor people, especially when they pose no threat to me and my country. I won't do it.
This is an impressive crowd, the haves and the have-mores. Some people call you the elite. I call you my base.
While Bush was busy taking care of his base and professing his love for our troops, he proposed cutting combat soldiers' pay by 33% and assistance to their families by 60%. He opposed giving veterans $1 billion more in health care benefits, and he supported closing veteran hospitals. He tried to double the prescription drug costs for veterans and opposed full benefits for part-time reservists. And when Staff Sergeant Brett Petrican from Flint was killed in Iraq on May 26th, the Army sent his last paycheck to his family, but they docked him for the last 5 days of the month that he didn't work because he was dead.
They say they're not going to leave any veteran behind, but they're leaving all kinds of veterans behind.
To say that we're forgotten, no, but I know we're not forgotten, but missed, yes. Yes, you know, there's a lot of soldiers that have been missed. You know, they've been skipped over, that didn't get the proper coverage that they deserve.
They have a death toll, but they're not showing the amount of people that's being injured or being amputated because of the injuries, you know.
Like, I still feel like I have hands.
Yeah.
And the pain is like my hands are being crushed in a vice. But they do a lot to help it, and they take a lot of the edge off of it, and it makes it a lot more tolerable. And
I was injured in late April on patrol in Baghdad. A couple of guys come out and ambushed us. I got nerve damage and stuff like that. I've got a lot of pain. I'm constantly in pain. Take a lot of morphine to help with that and stuff. Doing doing, you know, just readjusting, getting life back on track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not going to do what it is that I did before. I was a Republican for quite a few years, and for some reason they conduct business in a very dishonest way. I'm going to be incredibly active in the Democratic Party down where I live once I get out. So I'm going to definitely do my best to ensure that the Democrats win control.
Iraq, Baghdad, I didn't know anything of those things. And we were in the hallway in the upstairs of our house, and he was crying, and he said that he was really scared and he didn't want to have to go to Iraq. So we were able to have a whole conversation about sometimes some fear is healthy because it keeps our senses about us. And that's when he told me that he had not told anybody else, but he knew he was going to Baghdad. We were, as everybody, we were glued to the TV. Just glued, completely glued to the television in hopes of seeing a glimpse of him. Can't you please go over to where the helicopters are? Can't you please let us see him? Then that night, it was about 10-something. I went upstairs to the bedroom, and I was laying in bed, and I was flipping the channels with the remote. All I heard was Black Hawk Down, South Central Iraq.
What I can tell you at this hour is that last night the Army did indeed lose a Black Hawk helicopter. We are being told by officers on the ground that there were 6 occupants inside the Black Hawk.
So the next morning, I got up and I said, you push those thoughts out of your mind. Okay, Jesus, I need you to come in. I need you, Jesus. You got to help me through this. The Army called me, and I remember getting on the phone and him asking me, was I Lila Lipscomb? And I said, yes. And he said, mother of Sergeant Michael Pedersen. And I remember dropping the telephone. And all I can honestly say that I remember is, ma'am, the United States Army, the Secretary of Defense, regretfully informs you. That's all I know. The grief grabbed me so hard that I literally fell on the floor. And I was alone. I didn't have anybody to pick me up. So I literally crawled over to my desk and was hanging on. And I remember screaming, why does it have to be Michael? Why did you have to take my son? Why is it my son that you had to take? He didn't do anything. He wasn't a bad guy. He was a good guy. Why did you have to take my son?
I can't imagine what it would be like to lose a son or a daughter or a husband or a wife, for that matter, and it pains me.
You had his last letter?
And it was mailed March 16th, but I didn't get it until probably a week before he was killed. Hello. Hey, Mama. Well, sorry I haven't been able to call. They took the phone 7 days ago. I got the letter and box. That is so cool. Your first grandson came the same day your oldest son did. How is everyone? I'm doing fine. We are just out here in the sand in windstorms, waiting. What in the world is wrong with George? Trying to be like his dad, Bush. He got us out here for nothing whatsoever. I am so furious right now, Mama. I really hope they do not re-elect that fool, honestly. I am in good spirits and I am doing okay. I really miss you guys. Thanks for the Bible and books and candy. I really look forward to letters from you guys. Well, I'll tell all the family hello and that I am doing fine. We don't expect anything to happen anytime soon. I cannot wait to get home and get back to my life. Tell Sputnik congrats, and I'll see my first nephew soon. As soon as I get back to the States. Hope you guys are doing okay, and keep sending the mail. It makes getting through the days easier. Well, I am on my way
to bed, so I will write you guys soon. I love and miss all of you guys. I want him to be alive, and I can't make him alive. But your flesh just aches. You want your child, it's out of sync. A parent is not supposed to bury their child.
I feel sad for my family because we lost our son. But I really feel sorry for the other families that is losing their kids as we speak. And for what? I don't, that's I guess, the sickening part. For what?
You've heard a lot about Halliburton lately. Criticism is okay. We can take it. Criticism is not failure. Our employees are doing a great job. We're feeding the soldiers. We're rebuilding Iraq. Will things go wrong? Sure they will. It's a war zone. We're serving the troops because of what we know, not who we know.
Well, let me tell you about Halliburton, the company I ran. I'm very proud of what I did at Halliburton. The people of Halliburton are very proud of what they've accomplished, and I frankly don't feel any need to apologize for the way I've spent my time over the last 5 years as the CEO and chairman of a major American corporation.
Yeah, this is also an attempt to divert attention away from the fact they have no energy policy. And as the Secretary of Energy said, we were caught unawares.
In the middle of the war, Microsoft, DHL, and other corporations invited Halliburton to a conference to figure out how much money could be made in Iraq.
Having worked this effort even since before the invasion, the liberation of Iraq started, you, industry, are definitely a vital part of that effort. We appreciate your interest in this. We need you.
Now, lots of you are small businesses and you're struggling. How do we get piece of this big action? All of you, the big guys, are going to get it, and the rest of us have subcontracting capability or none at all. USTDA is for you. Once that oil starts flowing and money coming, it's going to be lots of money. It's the second largest reserve of oil in the world. There's no question about how much money is that.
I've been getting complaints from Iraqi firms and from American firms that the lack of transparency, the corruption. I think the profits that American companies are making, the main companies, are so overwhelming. I mean, like when you have a line item for $1 million and you subcontract it out for $50,000 or $60,000 or $70,000, that's a huge profit. And it's the American taxpayer that's going to pay for that.
And it's going to get better. Start building relationships, because it's going to get much better as the oil flows and their budget increase. And the good news is, whatever it costs, the government will pay you.
War is always good for certain companies, I mean, that are in the war, the business of war.
We're very proud of the work we're doing, again, in supporting the U.S. government and the U.S. military. And the real heroes of the campaign, the real heroes of the Reconstruction are the men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces. And we're very proud to be any part of that we can in supporting them.
Halliburton delivers hot meals, supplies, clean clothing, and communications to our soldiers so they can be a little closer to home.
It's a girl!
Halliburton, proud to serve our troops.
I just read in the paper Halliburton got another contract. Halliburton got another contract. That's right. Which is not being contested at all.
Because nobody knows.
Well, it's in the paper, so somebody knows.
But that's after it happens. It's after the fact. It's too late.
The United States is now a major player in the Iraqi oil business. American troops guard the oil fields as Texas oil workers assess their potential.
So it's a safe environment to work in. We don't feel any risk. We feel like we're being well protected here, or we wouldn't be here.
It's no secret. I mean, I make anywhere, I don't know, between $2,000 and $3,000 a month. A Halliburton employee out here driving a bus can make all between $8,000 and $10,000 a month. Explain that one to me for 40 hours a week, driving the same 2.5-mile route. Go figure. Where's the justification in that?
There's no other single area of the world today with the opportunity for business, new business, similar to the opportunity that's available today in Iraq.
The president went in and did what he did, and we're all supporting him and our troops, and we want to make sure that, you know, the efforts and the lost lives, and it wasn't for no reason.
If it wasn't for the oil, then nobody would be there. Nobody would worry about it.
Unfortunately, at least for the near term, we think it's going to be a good situation or a dangerous situation. Good for business, bad for the people.
Today on the news, Rumsfeld was saying, and Wolfowitz was saying, oh, the Iraqi people are much, much better off. Isn't it better that we got rid of Saddam and now the Iraqi people can do what they want to do and really be free? Will they ever be free? No, they'll not be free. And where are the weapons of mass destruction? We were duped. We were really duped. And these poor people, the young men and women who are being killed there, it's unnecessary. That's a disgrace. That's it. That's no more. Disgrace.
They died in a just cause for defending freedom, and they will not have died in vain.
Lila had called to tell me that she was coming down from Flint to Washington, D.C. to attend a jobs conference. On her break, she said she was going to go and pay a visit to the White House.
Who's killed children? Iraqi children.
My son killed.
Kill my people in Spain. Yesterday.
Yes.
It's both lies. Kill people. Your children too.
Yes, my
They
son.
have no business to do in Iraq now, and they're killing all these young Americans.
Yes.
For what? For oil. Bush is a terrorist.
No, he isn't. This
yes,
is all
he
staged.
is. He's a Bush
This
of
is
Iraq.
all staged.
He's the
My
Bush
son.
of Iraq.
Where was he
You
killed?
tell me, my son.
Where was he
is
killed?
not a
Bush is the
stage.
Bush of
Where was he
Iraq.
killed?
He
Kill
was
my
killed in
people in
Karbala.
Spain by lying. And driving
April
the Lila
2nd
Afnan
is not
to
a stage.
war.
My son is
They
dead.
didn't have to go to war.
There are a lot of
they
other
didn't
people,
have to
too.
attacking our people because of Bush. The father of God. Look at the picture.
Blame Al Qaeda.
What'd that woman yell at you?
That I'm supposed to blame the Al Qaeda. The Al Qaeda didn't make a decision to send my son to Iraq. Ignorance that we deal with everyday people, because they don't know. People think they know, but you don't know. I thought I knew, but I didn't know. I need my son. God's tougher than I thought it was gonna be to be here. But it's freeing also, because I finally have a place to put all my pain and all my anger and to release it.
I guess I was tired of seeing people like Lila Lipscomb suffer, especially when, out of the 535 members of Congress, only one had an enlisted son in Iraq. I asked Corporal Henderson of the United States Marine Corps to join me on Capitol Hill to see how many members of Congress we could convince to enlist their children to go to Iraq.
Congressman, I'm Michael Moore.
Hey,
How you
Michael,
doing?
how are you doing?
Good,
I'm
good,
good.
good.
John Tanner.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
How y'all doing?
Well, I'm here with Corporal Henderson, United States Marine Corps.
Corporal, I was in the Navy years ago, 1968 to 72. We had Marines guard the base.
You have kids?
Yeah.
If there's any way we can get them to enlist and go over there and help out with the effort. Got all the brochures and.
One of them's got 2 children.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, there's not many congressmen that've got kids over there. In fact, only one. You know, so we just thought maybe, you know, you guys should send your kids there first.
That's
you know?
right.
What do you think about that idea?
I don't disagree with it.
Oh, you don't?
No.
All right. Oh, good. Well, here, take some brochures then. Here, at least take a Marine brochure.
I think, yeah.
And pass it around.
Yeah. Well,
Encourage the fellow members, that, you know, if they're for the war, to get behind it, you know, and send their own.
thank you, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Congressman? Michael Moore. How you doing? Good, good. Trying to get members of Congress to get their kids to enlist in the Army and go over to Iraq. Congressman? Congressman? Congressman Castle. Congressman Castle. Congressman. Congressman. Congressman Doolittle. Michael Moore. I'm wondering if, is there any way to...
Of course, not a single member of Congress wanted to sacrifice their child for the war in Iraq. And who could blame them? Who would want to give up their child? Would you? Would he? I've always been amazed that the very people forced to live in the worst parts of town, go to the worst schools, and who have it the hardest, are always the first to step up to defend that very system. They serve so that we don't have to. They offer to give up their lives so that we can be free. It is, remarkably, their gift to us. And all they ask for in return is that we never send them into harm's way unless it's absolutely necessary. Will they ever trust us again?
He had used weapons. We know where they are. They're in the area around Tikrit and Baghdad and east, west, south, and north.
There is a tie between Iraq and what happened on 9/11.
The struggle can only end with their complete and permanent destruction.
We wage a war to save civilization itself. We did not seek it, but we will fight it, and we will prevail.
George Orwell once wrote that it's not a matter of whether the war is not real or if it is. Victory is not possible. The war is not meant to be won. It is meant to be continuous. A hierarchical society is only possible on the basis of poverty and ignorance. This new version is the past, and no different past can ever have existed. In principle, the war effort is always planned to keep society on the brink of starvation. The war is waged by the ruling group against its own subjects, and its object is not the victory over either Eurasia or East Asia, but to keep the very structure of society intact.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
For once, we agreed. Well, that was something to sit there and watch that. I don't know how the rest of you are feeling, but thank you for watching this with me tonight. I'm going to take a few questions right now, and then I'm going to talk to a couple of people in the film. But thank you very much for this. I also want to send a special shout out and thank you to my friend Jeff Gibbs, who composed the musical score for this film. It's one of the most brilliant and haunting film scores I've ever heard, and we go all the way back to high school. So many thanks to Jeff for that, and to everybody else who worked on this film. Okay, so why don't we start? I'll just I got these questions here printed up, and for those of you watching on my Substack on michaelmoore.com or any of the others, thank you, all the other partners and people who were showing this, and thank you to the people who signed up for free my free Substack, my essays and newsletters and podcasts and whatever. You'll be getting that by email each week. So thank you for doing that. And the rest of you can sign up now or later or whenever. You just go to michaelmoore.com, and there might even be some kind of link here on one of these sites or pages that I'm on. I don't see anything on the bottom of the screen, but just go to michaelmoore.com. It's free. Just mark the free box. If you want to be a supporter of our work and contribute to that, you're welcome to do that too. And you can do that. And thanks to those of you tonight who have become members, paid members of what we're up to, and helping us with our work. It's really moved us here during the film that so many of you were contributing, and to this wasn't meant to be a telethon or anything, but I am much appreciative of your support, all of you, of my work over the years. So thank you very much for all that. Why don't we get to the Q&A right now? And I think I'm going to put on some reading glasses here. And so this one is marked question from an 18-year-old, Sophia. And she writes, being born in 2003 and therefore never having lived in pre-9/11 America, was it really as blissful as people seem to remember it, in terms of how most of the population was not aware of any massive threat? Is there anything you miss about that time? Thank you for all your work. I think some of you young people, us older people, have romanticized that era. It was not as blissful. And there were times in our past that were as equally harrowing as either the time we're in now or around 9/11. I mean, when I was your age, the Vietnam War was going on. So that was an awful thing. And if you were a boy in high school and you were going to have to face being drafted, and I knew I wasn't going to be drafted, I wasn't going to go kill Vietnamese. So I had to, when I went down to sign up for the draft, mark the box that said I'm a conscientious objector. I don't believe in killing, and I won't kill for this country in that way. So, but thanks for asking that. I think others who are fellow boomers or others who are older than you probably have their own answers to this, but thanks, Sophia, for writing. All right. Next up is a question from Bridget. Bridget writes, how do you manage to stay strong with your convictions, even when the pressure is completely on top of you, the way that it was and has been? Did you ever have moments of doubt? Well, that's a good question. It is hard when you have to fight to have your voice heard, when you have to fight censorship, when you have to fight the threats that you are having to deal with from people who would like to cause harm to you. Obviously, that's never pleasant. But we all do what we have to do, right? We all believe in the things we believe in and want to stand up for them, and that's who I am. That's who I've been. I'm sure you are. Many of you are. the same way. So it's important that we all stay strong and we support each other and be kind to each other, reach out to each other. All of these things are very important. Nobody should be left alone to do any of the work that needs to be done. And that's why we all have to do it together. Henry from Houston writes, if you were making this film today, what would you do differently? Those 28 pages in the 9/11 report that were, I believe, censored for some time seem to make the Saudi government involvement even more likely. Well, we have to find that out. And President Biden has just announced that he's going to declassify a lot of these classified documents from 9/11. So I hope that happens. I hope it happens soon. The families want it. The families of the victims. I want it. I'm sure you want it. We want the whole story there. The close relationship with the bin Ladens and the Saudi royal family and the Bush family just blew my mind. The more we got into this and looked at it, and I'm sure a lot of you watching this tonight, we're going, how come I didn't know this? How come I never heard this? It is stunning. We were sitting here watching this again right now, and just like, it's unbelievable that still nothing has really come of this connection between the Bushes and the Saudis. So let's hope that happens and that President Biden releases the information that's been, classified. There's no reason to have it classified. All right, Tricia in Santa Barbara. She writes, I'm so proud to be one of your first special members. Oh, thanks. You signed up as a member. Wow, means a lot. Thank you very much. Please keep fighting the good fight, Michael, with love, admiration, and gratitude, Tricia. Well, I much appreciate that. Thank you. Shirley from Oklahoma writes, thank you for sharing Fahrenheit 9/11 with us. It's incredible. Even today, excuse me, we're in awe of the power of the film. My question, if you were to produce a sequel to Fahrenheit 9/11, what would you focus on? Again, thanks, Shirley in Oklahoma. Well, we sort of did. It wasn't like a real type sequel, but 3 years ago, we made a film called Fahrenheit 11/9. That was the date that Donald Trump won the election. Didn't get as many votes as his Democratic opponent, but the way we have our wacky system set up, he won the election. So we started right away making a film about him. We called it Fahrenheit 11/9, and you can get it. It's available now on, I think, mostly Amazon, their streaming service on Prime. I think it's free on Prime, in fact. So check it out if you get a chance. It's a very powerful film. It's one we're very, very proud of. And Fahrenheit 11/9. So thank you, Shirley, for asking. Anton in New Jersey writes, thank you for your support of President Biden and his decision to withdraw from Afghanistan. It has been a long time coming. What do you see happening for the country should Donald Trump decide to run for president again in 2024? Well, first of all, Mr. Trump, if you happen to be watching this, don't even think about it. You lost by 10 million votes. By the time these 4 years have passed, there are 4 million 17-year-olds every year turning 18. So in 4 years, that's 16 million more young people who will be voters. And let's just say it's not quite your demographic. They're kind of onto you. I want to believe that there's no way he will be back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's on us. We have to make sure that doesn't happen. But I'm gonna stay optimistic about this one, and confident that Trump will completely blow whatever chances he thinks that he has. This is from Ashley, and she writes, Michael, I was the kid who got to see the R-rated movie, Fahrenheit 9/11. So your parents took you when you should not have been in that theater. You most definitely have helped to shape my life. My question is, what's next? Well, I have a policy. Let me take a sip of water here. I have a policy of not talking about my next film, which you can imagine why. I want to be able to complete it. I don't want them to know I'm coming. I don't want anybody to know what I'm up to, and so I keep it very close. So I can't talk about it. Let me say this though. I actually have a couple of projects in the works right now, and have found a way to function and do them with the pandemic in place. At least all the writing and research and preparation you need to do can be done during this sort of dark time that we're in. But I think you're going to be very happy when the next film comes out, the next other project. Just imagine what are people afraid to make a movie about? What is the mainstream media not covering in the way that they should be covering it? Or maybe they've just forgotten about it. Generally, that's where I'm tooling around in those places that have been forgotten, shouldn't be forgotten. And there's an important story to tell. And there's important knowledge that we must share with not only our fellow Americans, but people around the world. So thanks for asking. Thanks to those of you who signed up as members to help support us in our work. And again, I think that you'll be happy. One of the things also for people who are members, when we're ready to show a rough cut or some advanced copy, to get some reaction, like our own focus group, we're going to do this with you. Those of you who are members, you'll get a sneak peek at the film, whatever the next project is, so we can get your feedback. It'd be very important to us. So that's another little perk to if you decide to join in with us. So, but thanks for caring about the next thing, Ash. It's we're looking forward to it ourselves. Pamela, will the Saudis ever be held accountable? They just got another pass regarding the death of the journalist. Yes, that's right. They did. And yes, I think they will be held accountable. I think they dread this, the documents being declassified. So we'll see. We'll hope that that's the case. At least I hope it. Could you believe that with the Secret Service are there guarding the Saudi embassy, and that the ambassador has a detail of 6 employees of our State Department with him? We're paying for that. As every time I see that scene, I just crack up. Oh man. All right, Kurt from Rancho Palos Verdes, California. I know where that is. Tell us more about Dick Cheney's shoot-down order of the American airliner. I see you're referring to 9/11. Without W's authorization, and while W was never incommunicado, how could this be? How did this? Why didn't this result in a mass murder charge against Cheney? What about those who might have carried it out without knowing that Cheney had no such authority? Yeah. Well, I'm just going to leave it there. There was immediately a lot of talk of shooting down that 4th plane, and it went down in the field there in Pennsylvania. I don't know what the whole story is here. I've read pieces of this. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so. But again, all the documents should be released, and we should see what was going on that day. Reeton writes, the media bashed you back in that time. I live in a very rural area. I was a teenager when 9/11 happened. So I thought you were silly back then. That's what the media told me. Now I realize that you were 100% correct. Well, I can be correct and silly. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't, I don't think silly is such a bad thing sometimes. We have to keep our sense of humor. Well, thank you for saying that, though. Yes, of course, I've had to go through this my whole creative career, but that's okay because I know eventually, if I've done my research and I believe there are no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, eventually they will stop criticizing me and booing me, and then say, "Oh, he was right," or we're going to lose our industrial middle class. General Motors is eventually going to go bankrupt, et cetera, et cetera. Then it happens, and then they want to call me up and interview me. I just keep motoring on. I can't really. You do what you think is right. That's that. Hey, Mike, who is this from? Shane. Hey, Mike, recently watched the footage of you from about 20 years ago getting booed at the Academy Awards for cautioning against war, which was incredibly surreal. And then I got to thinking, it's kind of the same reaction you're receiving now for applauding our withdrawal from Afghanistan. Are both of these just a couple of the many examples of, I lost the page here. That we are indoctrinated to literally crave war by the military industrial complex? Well, you've answered your own question. Much love, Mike. By the way, this film in particular changed my life as a child. Wow. Thank you for your dedication to the good fight against the right-wing tyranny. Thank you very much, Shane, for that. I think we should maybe, there's so many more questions here, but I want to get on to our two guests that were in tonight's film. I spoke to them just before the film began, and now I see this next question from Phyllis from Mamaroneck. Whatever happened to that Marine that confronted those Congress people when he and I were on Capitol Hill there? Did he ever get in trouble? Well, I'm glad you asked that question because he is one of our guests right now. And I did ask him that question, and he had a very interesting answer of what he's been through. And also a shout out here from Nancy Lesson, who was the co-founder of Military Families Speak Out. And she wants to send a special thank you to Lila Lipscomb, the mother from Flint, who lost her son. And actually, she is my other guest. These are my two guests that are going to join us now. Abdul Henderson, former Marine corporal, who said he would not go back and kill people in Iraq. And Lila Lipscomb, the mother who lost her son in Flint. And now here we are, these almost 20 years later. And she's going to join us too. So just before we bring them on, me just remind you again, please sign up for the free newsletter here on Substack with me. Go to michaelmoore.com. Become a member too if you want. Don't have to. There's no paywall. All my writings, all podcasts, everything's free to everybody. But I'd love to have you as part of this. We've got a few 100,000 people now that have signed up. This is really incredible, and a few thousand now will become members. So thank you for that, all of you. The other thing I want to say too is we were just I made that comment about the Europeans, like it's 3 or 4 in the morning and or 5 in the morning now, and they're mad because these are good people and they wanted to participate with us, but it's the middle of the night. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep this whole thing up on our YouTube channel, right? Yeah. So when they wake up, I'll let them know this in the morning, that this weekend, this week coming up, they can still watch the film and this the Q&A and the introduction to this. So if you have any friends or relatives over there, let them know that. And for yourself, if you want to just tell your friends and relatives who are in this country, if they did miss this tonight, we've just made arrangements. We're all set. I can announce this. Yeah. So we've just made arrangements with our YouTube people and others that they can watch Fahrenheit 9/11 for free, and the intro and this Q&A and everything
how long can we keep it up?
At least a week.
At least a week.
At
Okay.
least a
All right. Good. So we'll keep it up at least a week for free, and maybe even longer, but we'll see. But so please, people that couldn't make it tonight, please let them know that we've done this mainly to appease the European fans of mine. I'm not going to say anything, but we get to keep it up for at least another week for free. So just tell them to go to michaelmoore.com, right? Is it, or do they go to my YouTube channel? Yeah. Okay. So go to my YouTube channel, which is, how do you get to that? It's
YouTube.com.
YouTube. Okay. YouTube.com/MM. That's me, Flint, Flint. So it's YouTube.com/MM Flint. YouTube.com/MM Flint. And there you'll be on my channel. You'll be able to see this film for free. And also, is Jeff's film still up? Do we still? Oh, okay. So the aforementioned Jeff Gibbs, the composer of the music in Bowling for Columbine, Fahrenheit 9/11, Capitalism, a Love Story, a genius. Last year made his first film called Planet of the Humans. It is a devastating movie about our failure to stop climate change and the failure of our environmental movement by hopping into bed with corporate America and Wall Street. The eye has been taken off the prize, and the prize has to be this plant. We are in the middle right now of an extermination event. That's what I call it. And so watch Planet of the Humans for free on my YouTube channel, filmed by Jeff Gibbs. And so what are we gonna, we're gonna go to Abdul. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna I filmed this again just before we started tonight. Abdul Henderson, former Marine, one of the stars of this film, an all-around good guy. And let's go to that right now. Then we'll come back, and then you'll get to meet Lila Lipscomb here now, some 20 years later. You won't want to miss this. I know it's getting late, but we wanted to bring these heroes to you. So let's turn it over to Michael Moore with Abdul Henderson. Thanks, Mike. I'm here with one of the people who was in the film you just saw. And I'm honored to have him here as our guest tonight on this screening of Fahrenheit 9/11. He was a corporal in the United States Marine Corps. He served in Iraq in 2003, and one of our producers of this film, Nikki Lazar, was looking for people and covering a panel of military families speak out against the war that had members of Congress there, Congressman John Conyers from Detroit, Maxine Waters from LA, and Diane Watson from Abdul, where it was from California, right?
Yeah, LA.
So that's 2 LA and 1 Detroit on the panel if you're keeping score at home. But he gave a sort of an impassioned speech, talk, comment there, and Nikki went over and talked to him, and then came back, and we thought we would ask Abdul if he would like to be in the film. And so we talked to him, we interviewed him on camera. We did a lot of shooting around Capitol Hill. And then I asked him if I was going to ask members of Congress as they went in and out of their congressional buildings, if they would be willing to send their son or daughter to Iraq and see what they would say. And I asked Abdul if he would do this with me. And so I'd like to bring him on right now. Are you retired, or do we say former? Former corporal?
Former Marine.
Former Marine. Mr. Abdul Henderson. Abdul, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
No problem. It's good to see you again, Michael.
So, welcome, Abdul. Thank you very much for joining us after this screening here at Fahrenheit 9/11 tonight. Much appreciated.
No problem.
So why don't we talk about the story of that day that people just, they saw in the film here, where I asked you if you would join me in this search for a member of Congress or a senator who'd be willing to have their kid in Iraq. Because I'd read somewhere prior to that there was only one senator and no members of Congress who had an offspring, a daughter or son, in Iraq. Except for one. There was one Democrat, and geez, Basil, I can't remember his name now. Anyways, I'll just say there was one Democrat. So, but there was one Democratic senator somewhere in the Midwest, and that was it. So I asked you if you wanted to join me, and then I thought immediately, oh, geez, I don't want to get you in trouble because, you're first of all, you're still in the Marines. You are doing this with me. That's a court-martialable offense right there, if there ever was one. And you were doing it. You had your uniform on. Yeah. And I thought, my dad was a Marine, so I kind of know the rules. And I thought, oh, this is really going to get you in trouble. Just walk me back to that moment there where we were discussing this before we decided whether or not we should risk your entire career.
Yeah, no, when I remember we had the conversation about wearing my uniform, I was just like, let me think about that one.
Right. So you were worried about it.
Yeah. No, I knew
legitimately.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that was going to be life changing because I had to make the decision that was virtually going to end my military career. Right. Future advancement. Yeah.
Right. And you thought about maybe you would stay in the Marines, or?
Originally I wanted to. I wanted to be a pilot. I had planned on doing 20 years, but after Iraq, my whole disposition changed. I just, they called Iraq the sandbox, and I didn't want to play in the sandbox anymore.
I remember when we were talking there before we started approaching members of Congress, I asked you if called, because you're still in the Marines, would you go back after everything you'd seen in Iraq? And you said no, on camera. And then I remember stopping and saying, do you want to say that on camera? And you thought about it and you said, yes, I do, because it's the truth. I'm not going to go back and participate. And you had already, I think, told us too about how you felt about what you saw there in Iraq. So I said, okay, well then I guess worrying about wearing your uniform is not your biggest concern now, because you're going to say publicly that you are going to disobey an order if you have an order to go back and do whatever we were doing in Iraq.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to go back. Interesting enough, I hadn't decided that until in that moment, right? I had
You had not decided until that moment?
Yeah, it wasn't until then. I hadn't thought about it. Like, I knew it was potentially going to get me in trouble, but I had not thought about it. But I knew how I felt, and so when you asked me, it was really simple for me at that point. I was like, nah, I'm not going back. Like, it's not worth it.
And you explained a little bit in the film, but for the people watching here right now, the reason that you were not going to go back and participate in what you felt was this immoral, illegal war. I mean, just explain how you got to that position.
Yeah, just from what I saw is that Iraq posed no immediate threat to America. What we were told was all false. and this dangerous imminent threat that had weapons of mass destruction and had the capability of launching attacks on Americans wasn't real. Like, that country had no defenses. We ran through there with relative ease. And for my unit in the beginning of the conflict, we secured the oil fields. That was our first objective, was to go into the remote oil fields. And I think we have a concept as Americans that the Middle East has a lot of oil, but when you get on the ground, you actually see it. You're like, oh my God, the stuff comes up out of the ground. Like, it's
on its own.
right.
Yeah.
Like, just lakes of oil. And it's like, wow. So, you kind of get the gist of what this war was about. And I just didn't want to have any part of having to kill any more, people that didn't pose a threat to my country, because they clearly didn't.
Yeah. There's that famous quote from Muhammad Ali when they tried to draft him and he refused to go to Vietnam. And he made that famous statement about, no Vietnamese ever called me the N-word. It's like, why I don't have a fight with them. They're not a threat to me. So, but I was actually thinking of his statement when you said that on camera. And I thought, geez, Muhammad Ali was like a really famous, and beloved person by, at least half the country. And he, they arrested him, they booked him, and his case went all the way to the Supreme Court. And, so if Muhammad Ali had to go through that, I could only imagine what they were going to do to you. Because, we've always been living in these times, though. And I keep saying, I think right now what we're going through, and I think, geez, I think we've been through this before. Yeah. So, but okay. So anyway, so then you agreed to be a recruiter with me there, with the members of Congress. And tell me what you remember about that scene, because we were there for a good hour or two. You only see kind of a bit of it in the film, but I'm curious how you were maintaining through that, and how you were processing this, because these were like really powerful, I think, men, mostly all men, that we were accosting nonviolently. But just tell me, just what I've never asked you this, just what was going through your head, and were you thinking of maybe adding something else to the scene?
I was thinking, like, man, this is crazy. I'm gonna get my ass in some serious trouble.
Yeah. Okay, right. Yes. Why did I let this guy talk me into this?
It was interesting. I found it interesting that only a few members of Congress would engage. Most of them
all,
would run away. But that's
they ran, didn't they? Some of them ran.
Yeah, I think it was Congressman Doolittle at the time. He
That's right.
Ran away.
He ran, and then we start after him. But then I'm thinking, why is he running? He could literally escape me just through a casual walk. But that was well. Every American at some point in their life should be able to have the experience of a congressman seeing them and running from them. Wouldn't that be a great shared American experience? But do you remember any of the others or their response to us?
I remember one gentleman, I think he had served in the Navy. I don't remember his name. He actually stopped and chatted with us. And I think he shared some similar sentiment in terms of that other members of Congress need to have some skin in the game. Why not their children be on the front lines for these wars? Why don't they have that shared sacrifice like many of us other Americans that volunteer, right?
Right. Yeah. Either some of them didn't get the point, or they really got the point and wanted nothing to do with this. There were a couple that were friendly, if I remember correctly, though. I think we saw that just one of them, maybe just their. Yeah, I just thought, well, they're politicians. There's a red light on the camera. It's very seductive to them because they are always looking for the red light to be on camera, to be on TV. But at the end of the day, it was really kind of a real at some point it wasn't funny anymore, and it was just kind of a kick in the gut, wasn't it? Just like, yeah, of course, send everybody else's kid, but no way, not yours, right?
Right.
Yeah. So since then, how have you been doing? I mean, obviously you left the Marines. Did you get in any trouble?
They did investigate me. I think they truly wanted to court-martial me and throw me under the prison, but none of that happened. I ended up having to go back to my unit, and I kind of just floated kind of under the radar as much as possible until my time ran out. So fortunately, nothing happened. I did my time. I was honorably discharged, and I went on with my life.
Wow. Well, that's good. I know we offered you before we left there that day that we will get you an attorney and pay for it if there's any trouble. So maybe when the film came out too, they probably maybe they thought, what, this is going to be more trouble than we need if we go after this young guy. Let's just hope nobody sees the film.
Yeah, no. When I had conversations with my command staff at the time, once the movie came out, and I was just like, yeah, I won't be doing anything in uniform again.
Right.
That was kind of I was just like, but that's not going to prevent me from speaking out as as an American. I just won't be representing the Marine Corps in uniform, because as an American, I have a right to express my opinion. I do have the right to free speech.
Right. Right.
What we agreed on.
When we had the premiere there, the Washington D.C. premiere, there were a number of members of Congress and senators that came to that screening, and more than once, pulled me aside and said, if that young Marine needs any help, just let us know. And I said, I will. But so you got out of the Marines, and what's your life been like since then? I met you, and we've run across each other numerous times in past years. In fact, you were working for a member of Congress at one point. You weren't you like the person that was like the civilian person that sort of helped run the Congressional Black Caucus? Am I right in remembering that?
Yeah. So so the first representative, I worked for Diane Watson. I ultimately became her chief of staff, and then she retired, and then I worked for Karen Bass, who replaced her for a very short period.
Right.
Then I actually went on to work at the Department of Veterans Affairs, where I led the department's international engagement, working with our allies, mainly Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. Actually did some really good work in helping veterans in that space. Did that for a few years, and then I went back to Capitol Hill as the executive director of the Congressional Black Caucus.
Wow. Okay, already this is better than being a movie star. Everything you just said is and makes a far greater contribution to our society. So, wow. So that's right. I remembered that, and I thought, damn, Abdul's done well. But we sort of knew that about you anyways, that day there in DC. You were a very special person, and had guts and the courage to do this on camera, all of that. So how's life been since being the executive director of the Congressional Black Caucus?
Well, it's been interesting. Just kind of watched this transition that our country's going to, because I left after 2 years into that. So as the Trump train pulled in, I moved out, and so I had to move down to Georgia to be closer to my sons because they're in high school. My oldest son Alex is now a senior in high school, so we're getting ready for him to
Right.
my youngest son, he's in the 10th grade and doing well. So I came to Georgia to be closer to them. I was here for a couple of years and then left to San Francisco. And then I ended up working with Tom Steyer, and I was his deputy campaign manager for his presidential campaign in 20.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. So a lot's been going on. But now I'm back in Georgia. I'm running a mental health nonprofit called Mental Health America of Georgia. And we're trying to get Georgia from being last place in terms of access to mental health care, and making sure that they enforce the parity law to make sure that insurance is going to cover mental health and substance abuse care that people that are paying for insurance, expect. So
Right. Right. I know we have to get to that place where when we talk about healthcare, we're not just talking about medical care. We're talking about mental and dental, or mental dental is what I would put on my bumper sticker if I was running for anything. But no, we need all of this because it's all connected. And I'm so glad to know that you're doing this there in Georgia. That's such important work, Abdul. And everybody knows that now. I just, I hope Biden knows it, because when they're ready to push forward on the, getting universal health care for everyone, that's got to be part of it.
Yeah, I hope so too. We have a long way to go. This pandemic has definitely showed some huge fissures in the system, and unfortunately, we weren't prepared to deal with it, and we're suffering from the consequences of not being prepared.
Right. Well, we all have to get through this because we have a lot of work to do. So thank you so much. And let's make sure we stay in good touch, and let me know if I can help down there in Georgia. We all are thinking about Georgia for the last year. Grateful to the people of Georgia for saving us there. Not quite completely saved yet, but man, it would have been much worse without those two senators being elected. So, man, something is rocking there in Georgia. I'm glad you're part of it. So be well, and take care, Abdul. And let's talk soon.
Yes, good seeing you.
Okay, likewise. Thanks so much. Abdul Henderson, former Marine and all-around badass and shit kicker and good guy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. All right, let's throw it back over to Mike and see who he's got coming on. What's he got? We're back, and our next guest from the film tonight is to this day, all these years later, when I watch the film, and of course I haven't seen it now in a number of years, so it really hit me hard tonight. The mother from Flint, Michigan, lost her son, Michael Pedersen, in the Iraq War. And her name is Lila Lipscomb. And we became good friends making the film and after the film. And we're going to bring her on right now. Let's, Lila. Hey, Lila, how you doing?
Do you know what, Michael? First, can I just, I don't know if I ever got a chance to properly just warmly from my heart tell you thank you so much for giving me a platform for my grief. I know it was because of what you gifted me with that gave me the strength to continue on. And I thank you for that. Not everybody had the ability or the gift to be able to have a platform to share that grief and to receive so much love when I needed it. So I want to thank you for that.
Well, wow, that's very kind of you to say that. There's no way I probably could ever do enough to remove the pain and and obviously none of us have the power to bring Michael, your son, back, but I was so moved by you when I first met you while we were making the film, to stand there with you in front of the White House.
Yeah.
To stand at the gates of power.
Yeah.
And to speak the truth.
Yep.
I know you're a religious person, and of course we talked about how when I was a teenager I went to the seminary, and but you literally were that day. I just was thinking, we have John the Baptist here.
I doubt that.
calling him out. She's just calling him out, and he's up there, and he can see her.
Yeah,
you can hear her. Come on, King Herod, come on down.
But you know what I remember so much about that day at the White House? I was so angry that there was like a trench built.
Yes.
The fence and the trench built.
I
was
all
like,
of that. Yes.
He's so afraid he has to just literally lock himself in back there.
Right. It's.
I was appalled. It's my White House, just like it's his White House, and I couldn't get to it.
It shocked me, there, and that was really the beginning of how they were trying to, under the name of Homeland Security,
exactly,
basically, make sure that the people can be kept away and they can't be heard.
Exactly.
And there's not anything to worry about with us. We're not like the January 6th people where we're
well, come on now, tell it.
That we're not violent people. First of all, we're there to stop the violence.
Exactly.
What else do you remember of that time when we were sort of back and forth and everywhere? We were in Flint, we were in Washington D.C., and then after it came out,
what comes to me is Dover Air Force Base. When we went to Dover, that was pretty intense. That was pretty intense because I was not allowed to go receive my son's casket home. And to be able to go to Dover, it was as though I was able to go, even though he wasn't there. Yeah. And then to see when I walked to go up to the base and to see, I didn't realize that so many people were following me as I walked up to the base, and they told me that I had to leave. And that hurt me to my heart, knowing that my son gave his blood for this country and I was not allowed to step foot on a military base.
Yeah. I just, all of that time was just so emotional for me, obviously for you, all I was having to do was try to, go around the country and try to talk to people and try to figure this out and try to present something to the public. But your loss, I mean, your son, Michael, died on April 2nd, which is my mother's birthday,
right.
And he was, I think, one of the first from our area.
He was.
To die in the war, because the war had started on March 17th, 19th, something like that, March 19th.
Yeah.
So it was it was very early on.
Yes.
And I think most Americans really didn't know why we were there or what was happening or what was going on. And
well, a lot of Americans were actually feeding into the lie that we were going after bin Laden.
Yeah. Right. In Iraq.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. And then here we are 20 years later, finally having to come out of Afghanistan, where we should have, if we truly went for bin Laden, we should have been there in the first place.
Yeah. And then once bin Laden was gone, why were we still there?
Thank you, Michael.
They've never really explained that. And the way Bush has sort of now in the latter years come off as this kind of goofy grandpa-ish type. He's a painter now, and he's, always hugging Michelle Obama and handing her sticks of gum. I mean, I just, and once Trump was elected, everybody was like, "Oh, well, this makes Bush look good." And I'm thinking, no, not really. I'm not. I mean, I'm not prone to say anything good about Trump, but I'm
Right.
trying to remember the countries he invaded.
Right.
You know, I mean, this guy invaded 2 countries. There's
Yep.
a lot of blood on his hands,
Yep. Yep.
and
And a lot of money in his pocket.
and a lot of money in his and Cheney's and all of
And
them.
exactly the ones that sit on the boards. Yep.
So I've really never gotten over it, and I have this this sense still that justice has not prevailed when it comes to
No.
Bush and his crowd.
No, it
And
hasn't.
you know, I hope that will happen in our lifetime.
Me too.
How do they sleep? How do they sleep at night?
You know
knowing-
what? I don't know how they sleep other than just being pure ignorant and choosing not to take accountability for their actions, because I think in their mind they were doing what they thought they needed to do in order to pacify the ones that put them in office. And that sickens me. That just sickens me with our political system.
How have you dealt with that yourself now? Because it's been, you know, so Michael died in 03. So that's, what is that? 18
years.
18
Yeah.
plus years now.
Yep. Yep. A lot of counseling. I worked with the Columbia University for the study of grief for families of fallen soldiers.
Oh.
I've you know, just built a little cocoon that I stay within. And unfortunately, I mean, I'm very blessed to be where I'm at right now, but I stay very close to the Defense Center in Columbus, Ohio. And I have to be very careful because when the military helicopters start flying overhead, I tend to get very anxious and start getting the PTSD flashbacks. So that part has been a real struggle for me. You can tell I'm still kind of dealing with that.
Oh, of
part
course. Well, Michael died in a helicopter.
Exactly.
And,
Absolutely. And then to find out that his head was decapitated is, it's, you know, I choose not to try to think about those when I think of my son. I choose to think of the red bird, the cardinal that comes and visits me almost daily. And they say when a red bird visits you, it's someone from heaven checking on you. So those kind of things are what I choose to stick with.
Yeah. Yeah. But still, I mean, I hear you, and it's, I mean, I'm
You
glad,
still hear the pain.
of course. I mean, you know, my grandmother lost my uncle in World War II in the Philippines. And now I wasn't born then, but growing up, it was clear he was, you know, there were 7 kids in that family, and he was probably the favorite brother of my dad's. Although I only saw him with his 2 living brothers who were also in the war, and they were hilarious and great, and he loved them deeply. But the one who died, I think, was just like they were just a year apart or so.
Wow.
And my grandmother never got over it. She was so affected by his death that when the war was over and they finally, you know, the bodies came back and whatever, they buried him in the Catholic cemetery in Flint. She wanted to visit the grave every day and did. And then she told her husband that she wanted to find a house that was in walking distance of the cemetery, and did, and found a house to rent just across, essentially right across the street from the cemetery, and went there every day. Oh my God, the grief, the pain of it.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason that I had to leave Flint, because I too would go to the cemetery, and many days I would find myself standing at his grave and just screaming at the top of my lungs because I still don't understand it. 18 years in, and I still don't understand a man's greed that he would send children to make him more money. I still don't understand it.
Well, you understand that it was a man's greed,
right?
Wanting to make money, and would not send his own daughters off to war ever.
Exactly.
But would send your son and all the others who signed up.
And all the others.
And they said, why did they sign up? They signed up because they were willing to defend you and I,
Exactly.
so that we wouldn't have to give our lives. They are
Exactly.
willing to give their lives.
Right.
And
I
the
can
worst,
promise you,
yeah,
when my son signed up with the military,
yeah,
he never gave a thought about being sent someplace to make money for somebody.
right. A place that had nothing to do with the defense of
Nothing to
us.
do with it. My
Right.
son was all for getting bin Laden,
Yeah. Well,
but he
that-
wasn't for invading Iraq.
right. Yeah. What did that have to do with bin Laden?
Exactly.
Right. So,
It's like Pop said that day in our house. And what is it all for? 18 years later, we're still asking, and what was it for?
your husband. Yeah. Yeah. Well, can I take a stab at answering that question?
Okay.
If it may help, it may not help, may make it worse. But I've come to believe that Michael and the others who gave their lives, it's personalized. It's personal when I think of your son. That he did not die in vain.
Right.
He didn't die for the reasons that Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld were lying to us about. But his death, and he shouldn't have had to die. But I remember my grandmother telling me that we all have this cross that we have to carry, and it comes in different forms. You lose people in your family. My other grandmother lost 2 babies. Things. Life is hard.
Mm-hmm.
Life is hard, and it feels sometimes like one curve ball after another coming right at our heads.
Right.
But the fact that Michael Patterson is with me to this day, after I met him through you,
mm-hmm.
some 18 some years ago. The fact that he lives on in that way and lives
Mm-hmm.
on in you through
Mm-hmm.
you, that we got to tell his story, that his story, I think affected a lot of people. I'm sure people who just watched the film for the first time tonight,
Yeah.
Has affected them. And that means he lives
Mm-hmm.
on. He carries this message through his death.
I just got it, Michael. I just got it. Part of what, there might be many reasons, but I believe now, after hearing your words, part of the reason that my son had to give his life, and he was willing to do that, was so that this truth could be told.
Right. I believe that. I believe that very strongly. And I believe,
Yeah.
and to the people who are watching this, who also lost loved ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gotten letters from parents this last week after Afghanistan, after the end. What did he die for? What did he die for? What did he die? And I've tried to write back and tell them that answer will be delivered by us.
Mm-hmm.
If in his death it encouraged 5 people watching this, 10 people, 1,000 people to get off the sofa, get active, speak your mind, vote, protest, participate in this democracy.
Exactly.
Whatever.
Exactly.
We will complete his or her life if we all do that. And if we don't, if we remain silent, if we remain apathetic, if we so easily can say, and rightfully, I just got so much going on. Please, Mike, I can't take on anything else. I understand. Lila understands.
Yes.
But we cannot remain still. And we cannot remain silent.
No.
And we dishonor the dead if we do. That's how
Exactly.
strongly I personally feel about it.
But Michael, I want everybody to understand that you start where you are.
Right.
With the anxiety, the PTSD symptoms, with everything that I've dealt with over the last 18 years. The last election, I got more young people to register to vote than I have in my entire life. And it was because they had the audacity to start bitching to me about the way the world was in America. And my first question is always, well, did you vote? Well, no, I'm not registered voter.
Right.
Don't say that to me. Ask
Right.
my son. I have gotten more. One girl, her mother didn't vote, her grandparents didn't vote, and she was an African American young woman. I can promise you this last election, she voted for the first time, and she's now getting her family to vote. You start where you are. Stop the excuses. Just stop it. I don't deal with excuses well, and I don't deal with ignorance well.
Wow. Wow. That is, well, thank you for doing that with these young people and getting them to register to vote. But when this film came out, I got so many emails and things from people that saw the film that had that sentence in there. I decided to vote. I haven't voted yet. I'm going to vote now. And the powerful way that you convey this message, you know, I remember somebody who worked on the film saying after we saw the final film, said, this is a film about two mothers. Ultimately, if you want to boil it right down to the core of this film, the soul of this film is brought to us by the mother from Flint, Lila Lipscomb, and the Iraqi mother who has just lost her child after we bombed the civilian population there in Iraq, and she's carrying the dead child, and people know the scene in the movie, and she's crying to God, why have you let these Americans do this? Why? Are you there?
Yeah.
Can you punish them for this? It's not going to bring back my child, but boy, I'll tell you. And so I thought this was really great when she said this, because it was like that, the sort of guttural scream from the soul from that woman in Iraq and from you in Flint, Michigan, is the heart and soul and the glue of this film. And I think just watching it tonight again, just feel the same emotional reaction to this. And
well, my 18-year-old grandson, who was actually born on my son's birthday, Amarian, he was the baby that Howard and Michelle had at the time of the filming. He's getting ready to watch it for the first time.
Oh, wow.
He's been shielded from it only because we needed to make sure that he was mature enough to be able to receive what was really going in it. Because knowing what has happened to his uncle, that he's born, and Michael knew that Amarian was born on his birthday prior to him dying. And he was so proud that his first nephew was born on his birthday. So this is I truly want him to be with me when he watches it. I think that was the thing that we needed to wait for.
Wow. Well, I'm so happy to hear that. And let me know what his response is.
I will.
Because and how's Michael's daughter? How old would she be now?
She's 24, I believe
24.
now. She just left. She comes and spends the summer with us. And her mother, through all of it, actually has done such a beautiful job raising her. I have to give her mother her props. She has done absolutely fabulous with Michael's daughter. Wow. She's loving, she's kind. She's still, she's special needs, but she's just an absolute joy to be with.
And how's your husband doing, Pops? How's he?
Pops is doing fairly good. He's recovering from colon or prostate cancer. He is recovering from knee surgery due to getting hit by a hit-and-run driver.
Oh, geez.
So, life just kind of tries to kick you down and you just get up and go. But the one thing that I've learned is the power that grief has over your physical body.
Right.
And he's 77 now, 78. No, Pops is 77 and me just turning 68. We both have, surgeries and life happens.
Right. So Wow. Well, tell them I said hi for sure,
I will.
and everybody else there. And you're in Ohio now. You know, the
Yeah.
mortal enemy of Michigan, as you
Yes.
know.
I'm
In
not
fact,
very popular on game day.
no, and you're near Columbus, right? So,
I am in Columbus.
well, you are in Columbus. Oh my
Yes.
God, yes.
Yeah.
No, yeah, yeah, you're.
And we really do love waving our Michigan flags.
Oh my God, man, you're a brave person doing that in Columbus, Ohio. I'll tell you.
Well, just
It's
like they have a right to go for Ohio, I have a right to go for Michigan.
Yeah, but you're in the heart of the.
And when have I shied away, Michael?
I know, right? I was just gonna say, why am I even saying that?
It's a challenge to me. I think that's probably why we do it.
Do you ever get back up to Flint? Yeah.
Yes, we do.
So,
We do. And yeah, I tried this year, but we didn't get a chance to make it because I try to go up and visit the Michigan-owned military museum in Frankenmuth because that's where Michael's display is. But we didn't get up there this year, so.
right. Well, anybody in Michigan, if you're in Michigan or you visit Michigan, Frankenmuth. Everybody in Michigan knows what Frankenmuth is because it's where you go to get a chicken dinner.
Yep.
And but they have this Michigan military museum where they honor those from Michigan who've served and who've given their lives and all of that. So I have not seen it yet, but I definitely will be there because somebody's always dragging me to go there to get a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
So I will be in Frankenmuth and check that out.
Labor Day, they close Labor Day for the rest of the season until Memorial Weekend.
Right. So for those who don't understand what that meant, it starts snowing just after Labor Day in Michigan, and usually right around Memorial Day is when the snow ends. So
yep,
we get like 3 months of sunny weather.
Yeah.
But our friends and our family in Flint, man, what they've had to suffer through these years, it's really something. How are you feeling about President Biden? What's your take on how he's doing?
So far, I am so pleased. I am so pleased. I am so pleased. I am so thankful that he just took everybody out of Afghanistan.
Wow.
I am so thankful that he just ripped the band. There was no good way to do it.
Right.
And he had to do it. And I stand with him 100% on that.
Yeah.
And I'm so thankful that he's stepping up and doing everything he's doing for this COVID stuff.
Oh, I know.
I'm so thankful. And I love that he's so into the military to take care of them and to make sure everything goes good with them.
Right. And he means it. It's not that fake politician thing,
Right.
It's like, the impact that his son and his son's death had on him.
Yep.
And, and the way he went to Dover there last week and stood there.
Yep.
And, Bush not only didn't go there, he would allow no cameras. He would allow no family.
Yeah.
He wanted to try to sweep it under the rug.
Right.
That
well, see, a lot of people. I'm sorry, but a lot of people didn't realize that because my son was killed so early on, those of us that lost our children early on really paved the way for the other families to be able to go to Dover and receive their children coming home.
Yeah. Hey, can I tell you, it's just something when we showed Fahrenheit 9/11 in the Cannes Film Festival, and we'd already come back home to the United States, halfway through the festival. We'd shown the film a couple times, and that was that. And I got a call the day before the award ceremony to say, you need to fly back to France. I said, oh, you're kidding me. Why? Well, the jury is indicating that they might give you some kind of an award. And so I said, well, should we go? Yeah, okay. So we got back on a plane, went back there, and we're there at the award ceremony. And we are completely shocked by Quentin Tarantino announcing and Charlize Theron holding up the award that the top prize was going to go to Fahrenheit 9/11. And we were like, whew. I go up there, I take the award from him and her. And afterwards, after the ceremony was over, he comes up to me and he said, I want you to know on a personal level, this film really, really affected me deeply. And he mentioned you and a couple of other people in the film. He was so crushed and angry and everything. And he said to me, and I know it's okay to reveal this publicly because I had asked him a couple of years ago if I could. He said to me, I've never voted in my life. In fact, I've never registered to vote. This is at that time, he's late 30s, early 40s. And he said, but this film and the people in this film, first thing I'm doing when I get back to LA, I'm registering to vote and I'm going to vote. And then when the election time came, he sent me a thing that he was very happy and proud to that what you just said in terms of how you got these young people to vote, that it's made me think a lot about the power of art, whether it's film or anything, where those who can do this communicate to their fellow citizens.
Yes.
Whether it's a book, whether it's a play, whether it's maybe it's a painting, maybe it's a whole bunch of great photographs.
Maybe it's a podcast.
Maybe it's a podcast. Yes, yes, I know. I'm trying to fit them all in. Ice Capades, I haven't done that yet. I've not skated in Ice Capades or Disney on Ice, so I'll put that on the bucket list. But no, Lila, what I'm saying here is that we don't know sometimes the impact and the effect that we have in what we do. And sometimes it's even in the smallest things, smallest ways. You don't have to be Quentin Tarantino or Michael Moore or whatever. If you just did this in your neighborhood, if you just did this in your apartment building, just appoint yourself the block captain of just one street. And now imagine.
Start where you are.
Yes, just start where you're at. You don't have to think you got to change the world. If you change the world on your street, and if 1,000 or 100,000 do that, boom, we're going to live in a better country, a better world.
Because one is going to touch one, that one is going to touch two.
Yeah,
it's the domino.
Yeah. Lila, before we close, I want to just kind of turn it over to you to speak to these thousands and thousands, and I don't know, I haven't checked the counter yet, but you know, this will be seen by hundreds of thousands of people. Let me just put it like that. If it hasn't been already, it will. The film itself, back in the day when it was released, was seen by millions, but you have the floor now, the camera and the microphone, to say whatever you'd like to say to all of those who are watching right now, who have seen you and heard your voice, and I know who are very moved by what they saw in the film. But here we now are now in 2021.
Yeah.
And here you are, the 2021 Lila.
Yeah, great granny.
and a great grandma.
Yeah, which is the greatest gift.
I'm only at the grandparent stage right now.
First, I want to just relay how grateful I am because of being chosen to be a part of the movie. It gave me the platform, but it also gave me the opportunity to touch other lives, and it gave me the lesson of learning to accept love. Because at times it became very overwhelming, but the love that was given to me by people that I didn't know, but that the story had touched, strengthened me and kept me going day after day after day. And even today, I still get reached from across the world. People get in touch with me through Facebook and things. I had an actress in LA not long after the documentary came out that I actually went to LA and gave her points because she was playing a mother that had lost a son in war in a play in LA. Oh, wow. So being able to be used in those avenues is really a gift that you've given me to be able to go forward and to be able to use my voice to get others to vote, because I get so tired of hearing people say, well, my vote doesn't count anyways. Yes, it does. And it's clear that it does through the last election. But now what we need to do is start looking at the things that they keep shoving in all these bills that they're trying to pass. Because people don't understand that, yes, this might be a bill on abortion, but what other things are going through the lines with it? And keeping people afraid gives them the power. Keeping people held back gives them the power. But when you use your voice to speak out, you take their power away from them and you stand in your own power. Don't let people silence you. I tell my kids all the time, if you don't have the answer to the question, somebody does. I had to go to the White House through Michael Moore to get the answers to my questions. And I was able to teach my family, don't stop. If you're not satisfied with the information that you're given, they can't keep it silent. They might be able to black out the lines and not tell you everything, but eventually somebody's going to have to step up and tell you what you really need to know. But you have to find the courage within, and you have to start where you are. And I just want to encourage everybody that as you go through your day, pay it forward. Smile at somebody because you don't know what they're going through.
That's right.
I smile at people, and there might be little kids after school trying to buy a snack and don't have enough money. Buy it for them. What harm is that to you? You have to pay it forward. And if you get sick and tired of all the negativity surrounding you, you have to break it. And you have to turn the light on, and you have to surround yourself with the light and the peace of the fireplace. You have to find peace within. And in order to find peace and strength from within, you have to step out of yourself. And you gave me that opportunity.
Well, thank you for saying that. But sometimes I wonder, sometimes you don't have a choice. What brought us to your living room in Flint that night? You know, we were given a list. By that time, there have been a number of people in the Flint area who've given their lives in Iraq, Afghanistan. And we came to you. We came to you first, actually. And when we left, well, first of all, we knew we didn't need to really go speak with anyone else, because I think it really took us a while to recover from meeting you, your family. We felt like when we left, we knew who Michael was. Those of us on my crew who grew up in Flint area. So in that way, as a fellow Flintstone, we knew Michael. We knew, and thank you for giving me, I guess, the privilege of being able to carry your voice forward, and to have millions hear it. I've got to believe it's done some good.
It has.
And
I believe it.
Well, and you've encountered people who've told you that and what it did. So,
but Michael, what you gave our family is that our son will never die.
That's right.
Because 500 years from now, somebody's going to click on a link.
Yes.
And there our son is going to be.
Yeah. Yeah. They probably, by 500 years from now, they won't have links or clicks.
Probably not.
They'll just think.
Yeah, right. Bloop.
Show me Fahrenheit 9/11. In fact, they would think they won't have to say it out loud. It'll just be in their head. And then the movie appears on the wall over there. I don't know.
I kind of thank God that I won't be here then.
We won't be around for that. But somebody told me once that we've got to all put it, those of us who are filmmakers, we have to put it in our wills that how our films are to carry on, because like the ones whose films came out on film, which hardly exists anymore, or VHS tapes, those are gone. We can't let our films disappear. So we've got to either set some money aside and put instructions in there that no matter what format they invent, that this film is to be transferred to that format
Right.
and it's to be available for free to everybody,
Yes.
so that they can watch it. Those two things, and include some microwave popcorn, in the
Absolutely.
box. See, that'll
Absolutely.
even be gone.
I
We're
was
just gonna
gonna
go.
say,
We're
is it
just
gonna
gonna
even be there?
no. There's not gonna be microwaves. We're just gonna go.
You won't
Suddenly-
even need to eat anymore, probably.
Yeah, don't get me going.
Yeah, me either. I love you,
So-
Michael. I'm so thankful for you in our life.
Oh man, I will. One of my best friends lives in Columbus, Ohio. So
Yes.
when I'm through there next, we will get together, catch up, and thank you for the good words that you've given people here tonight, and just keep on doing what you're doing, Lila. It's important.
You too. You too.
All right.
And be safe, Michael. Please be safe.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, don't worry about anything he said just before it happened. No, and thank you for that. What you've got on that screen behind you. Before we were live here,
Yeah.
I said, you said you put that on there. It's a fire on a beach. I
Yep.
said, and she said, it's for you. I said, nobody thinks of me on a beach with a fire. And you said, it's to help relax.
Yes.
And create peace.
Yes.
And then I instantly relaxed and felt so great that you were here tonight. And
You
joining
turn
us
the
in
light
this.
on, Michael. You stay in the light.
Stay in the light. Yeah. Wow.
And still I rise.
Yes, that's right. Everybody hear that.
Yes.
Please.
Yep.
Everybody think that.
Yep.
All of us do that. We're going to be in pretty good shape.
And just smile. Just smile at
Yes.
somebody.
Yes. Well, I've always been a big believer that humor is maybe the best medicine.
Yes.
To be able to laugh, to have a sense of humor.
That's one thing I didn't tell you. That in the very beginning is how we actually survived the news of Michael dying was Tyler Perry. His
Is that
plays,
right?
Medea.
Yes.
Laura and I put it on, literally had to pause it. We fell off the bed laughing so hard that we both wet ourselves.
Oh my God.
And I had the opportunity when Tyler was in Flint to meet him. He brought me backstage and met my daughter Lori as well. And that was before the movie, actually.
Wow.
No, I think it was after it came out when we finally got to meet Tyler. But he is such a jewel, and he's
such a good
as
person.
special to me.
And he came
like
to Flint. Yes, all of that. Yes. Wow.
Yes.
I did not know that story. And but it's the truth that watch a funny movie, laughter, whatever it's a healing power. And and even just like you said, just that smile on your face can sometimes turn that day around.
Yes.
So I'm a big believer in that, and being raised in this Irish Catholic family, humor is very important. And
yes.
I used to say to people, they'd say, well, you don't drink. I said, yeah, I'm somewhere because I'm supposed to drink because I'm Irish. But I said, no, I know that it's either your choice is either laughter or drinking. And I chose laughter. But anytime I say that around anybody who's Irish, they're going, dude, we do both. You can do both. It's okay. Have a drink, have a pint on me, and keep laughing. So anyways, all right.
Absolutely. I love you,
we
Ben.
gotta go and we'll do some Q&A with the live audience out here. So so thank you, Lila, for joining us. Much love to you and your family.
Much love to you too.
Yes, thanks. We'll see you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, all right, take care. All right, well, that's it. Thank you, Lila. Thank you, Abdul. And now it's time for questions and answers live from all of you who've watched the film tonight. We'll throw it back to Mike here in the studio. Mike? Well, you want me to call you Michael? Okay. No, why? Mike. Either one's good. All right. I think we are done with the Q&A, but a couple last questions. I'll just do them quickly here. It came in. Thank you for watching those interviews. This has gone on pretty long tonight. Mike's movie night will not be this long every time we do this, but it was a special night, and I wanted you to share those interviews with all of you and to answer your questions. And I'll just close with these last couple questions or comments, I guess. Hi, Michael. I'm Michelle from Lexington, Kentucky. Nice to meet you. As for Fahrenheit 9/11, damn. And why, oh, why didn't I watch this back then? I was one of those who blindly believed in Bush and company. No more. Thank you for enduring what you have over the years to get the truth to us and to continue to get it out there for a new generation to witness. Much love from Kentucky, home of our beloved Moscow Mitch. And then the last one. This is how long we've been on tonight. Now, early morning. Some of the people in Europe have begun to wake up. They've turned the computer on. They see that we're still here, and I think they think we're at the beginning of the movie when we are now getting ready to say goodnight. But I'll just read this last letter. This is from from Soraya. Soraya. Dear Michael, I'm a longtime fan of your work, of Rumble, and now I'm a member of your new Substack. Thank you for sharing Fahrenheit 9/11. It was worth waking up at 5 a.m. in Dubai to watch it again. It's so sad. The rehabilitation of George W. Bush as an artist is quite disconcerting. Unfortunately, people and the media have short memories. Thankfully, there are voices like yours to remind the world, et cetera, et cetera. I try to teach these values to my high school students every day. Bless you and all the best, Soraya. Wow. There you go. 5 a.m. in Dubai. Thank you for writing to us. Thank you to all of you who tuned in tonight to watch the movie and listen to these interviews with Lila and Abdul. And thanks to all of you who've been signing up on my Substack. It's, as I said, it's free. And let me take my reading glasses off now. Just go to michaelmoore.com and type in your email address, hit free when the box pops up. If you want to be a member, a paid member, you're welcome to do that. And you'll be able to join us on the next Mike's Movie Night next month. And we have some other things that are coming up that I think you'll enjoy. But thank you for your support, again, for my work, for what you saw tonight, for what we've been able to do over the years. It means a lot to me. And when you sign up on this Substack, you'll get my essays every week. We've only done this for 3 weeks now on Substack. So some of the titles of my essays, my letters to you: The Miracle of Kabul, My Father Was Born 100 Years Ago Today, Why I Write, Peeling the American Onion, my conversation with Sean Penn. I just did that last night. You can see that. In the End, Bin Laden Won, and Rest in Peace, Ed Asner, and Bobby Kennedy, His Killer, and A Conscience Confronted. So those are my first from the first 3 weeks, my first Substack. So please sign up and be part of this. I'd really appreciate it, and I think you'll like it too. Okay, my friends, I promised you who tuned in late that prequel that we showed before 9 o'clock in the lead up, a little short documentary on the making of and the release of Fahrenheit 9/11. We started that about 15 minutes early, and some people were writing to us saying, "Oh, I want to see the beginning of this." So we're going to show that now for the people that are coming in late, the people waking up in Europe, in Dubai. The rest of you, go to bed. Thank you for participating in this first Mike's Movie Night. Means a lot to me. And thanks for those of you who signed on to my Substack. And we got a lot of work ahead of us, my friends, you don't need me to remind you of that. But I don't know. I have a weird optimism in me right now, as bad as things are. So let's work together to make things better. All right, everybody. Basil, did I forget anything? We're all good? All right, we are done for this night, this first night. Thank you for watching Fahrenheit 9/11 with me. It is now, what is it here in the morning on the East Coast? It's 12:57 a.m. on 9/11. Condolences to all who lost somebody on that day. We won't forget, and we'll try to do better. We will do better. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. And now here's the prequel that we showed before 9 o'clock for those of you who missed it. Europe, remember, I announced here in the last break, we got the go-ahead from the people at YouTube. Fahrenheit 9/11 will be free for the next week or so, along with the Q&A and whatever. So you can, if you're just waking up in the morning, you can have the whole experience that Americans had here on Friday night. So just go to my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/mmflint, as in the town. youtube.com/mmflint. And you can watch Fahrenheit 9/11 for free. And as can any American or anybody else who, if you want to tell friends and family about it this week, please do that. Really appreciate it. All right, we're out of here. Thanks. Get some sleep. Be well, and we'll talk soon.
When I was on the stage with Michael Moore, I know all this politics crap would be brought up and everything like that, and I just had to let him know. I just whispered in his ear, and I just said, I just want you to know it was not because of the politics that you won this award. You won it because we thought it was the best film that we saw. And then he turned to me and he goes, that means more to him than anything. He goes, if I wanted to make political statements, I would run for office. I want to make movies.
So I opened up my eyes and I took a look around. I saw a written cross on the sky. The revolution starts now. Yeah, the revolution starts now.
This film does something quite exceptional. It validates cinema. Because let's face it, the things that Michael Moore is saying in this film cannot be said in TV media in the United States at the moment.
What is so great about this work of art is that those people who haven't seen it have already made up their minds whether they love it or they hate it. Isn't this great in this country that you can have something like that?
I would love to have a White House screening of this film. I would attend it. I would behave myself.
This is a film that doesn't require us to actually view it to know that it's filled with factual inaccuracies.
I have always been a big believer in the flaws of capitalism. And the greatest flaw is that they will sell you the rope to hang themselves with, that greed ultimately wins out.
If they're going to have censorship about anybody who has any comment to make on the war president, and I might add the jobs president as well, if we can't say anything, the vacation president, the education president, the reading of fables to students president.
We have to have our minds clear. We can't let people play on our emotions. If we're going to fight an enemy, we need to know who the enemy really is.
People will see this film, you know. By hook or crook, people will see this film. I will get this film out to an American audience. They will see this film.
I was walking down the street in the town where I was born. I was moving to a beat that I never felt before. Where you working, where you play, where you lay your money down, what you do and what you say. The revolution starts now. revolution starts now.
A friend of mine made the comment, we're surprised this movie got made. We're even more surprised that it's being shown in theaters, and we're totally shocked that it's still out.
I think one of the most important things in Fahrenheit 9/11, and one of the reasons that everyone in Washington needs to see this movie, is the fact that it shows what it looks like to be in Iraq. It shows what the servicemen over there are going through. It shows what the Iraqi people are going through. This movie showed for the first time my nightmares.
He's courageous and he's also extremely talented, and I respect him a lot.
I think that this movie is a gift to the American people. I am so thankful that it got the awards it got in Cannes, because I know we would not be seeing it otherwise.
Great film. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you
so much for making this movie.
Thank you. Oh.
It's home, and we have a son, so it's like.
Thank you, man.
Good job, Michael.
Oh, thank you.
It was great. Hope everybody sees it. It was great.
You're the man. Great job.
God bless you. God bless you.
First Mike.
Here comes Fahrenheit 9/11, like a breath of fresh air. It was like a release. And I'm here to tell you, as a 9/11 survivor who's followed this from day one, that there is not anything in there that is questionable. He put out information that could be proven.
We finally got to see some real negative sides expressed by the soldiers who are fighting over there. You never get to hear that.
I was one of those poor kids that joined so I could get the GI Bill and become a teacher. And that's what a lot of these kids did. They joined the army to go to school. And now they're fighting and dying. And it's senseless.
I think it was a wonderful movie. Almost frightening because the way it depicted our government, and it was so sad to see how we almost been tricked into, supporting this war, and all the soldiers that's been lost and all the Iraqis that's been killed.
And that's the importance of Michael Moore's movie, Fahrenheit 9/11. It gives this country permission to talk about things that this administration does not want us to talk about. It gives us all permission to at least ask the questions and have the dialogue.
We in the Congressional Black Caucus, we are 39 ordinary people called to an extraordinary mission. And so often, Mr. Moore, it seems as if some people want to silence us. But the fact is that we have consistently stood up for issues that go to the center of people's lives. We were the ones that stood up against this Iraq war. We are the ones that have addressed issues of people who are struggling to make it through life. We are the ones who have talked about President Bush and some of the deceptive tactics that he and his administration have performed on this country. We are the ones. And so what you have done, while we try to give voice to the voiceless, this film, we believe, will give voice to our voices.
This is supposed to be America. In God we trust. God didn't let us down, but our public officials did. So we need to do something about that.
Have any of us in America, any of us, seen a single anchor or news person confront Mr. Bush with a hard question and then not let him out of it when he tries to give his bullshit response?
All our hopes that come to me, and the people gather around.
Have you seen Fahrenheit 9/11?
What do you think?
We've heard what Bush has to say. We've seen it. We live with it daily, all of us. This is an answer.
The revolution starts now. Yeah, the revolution starts now in your own backyard, in your own hometown.
I was very disappointed they put an R rating on this movie. They should put an R rating on the war.
What we've decided to do here at the Grand Lake is to not enforce the R rating, because after seeing the film, it became very clear to me that the R rating was politically motivated and absolutely uncalled for. I think this is a film that all young people should see. It's an important movie, and their future is at stake.
I was so astounded by what I saw. I mean, there was so much, and it was like, oh my gosh, this really happened? And I mean, it really brings you down to earth and lets you know what's really going on. And it really makes you want to just hurry up and turn 18 so you can get down to them registration booths and go ahead and change how things are. But even though we are not 18, we can still change the way things are today by going out to the precincts and telling people what's really going on. And I recommend this movie to all Americans. And they say this movie isn't a very patriotic movie because it is against they say it's against the president, but really it's more patriotic than probably any of the other documentaries you will see, because they always are saying, oh, the president did this for the country, oh, the president did that for the country. But here in this movie, you really see what's really going on in the White House and what is really happening to America.
People coming out of here feel empowered. They don't feel weak. They don't feel put upon. They believe that they can go out and make a change. They will make a change. And so it's the kind of energy you can't manufacture, that only the truth can bring about.
He's reminding everybody that the citizens of America own this country, not the politicians. They're supposed to represent us.
This documentary is telling the truth regarding a lot of issues where the truth has been suppressed for the last 3 years. And if people are going to vote, they deserve to know the truth about these issues that affect us.
This movie makes people angry and makes them ask questions, or reminds them of questions they were asking a couple of years ago but have given up on because nobody answered.
We're in a very strange place that people try to convince young folk that this is not like Vietnam. Well, anyone who tells you this is not like Vietnam, read my lips, they're lying. This is exactly like Vietnam. It feels the same, it looks the same. Even the folk involved look the same way. When they stand on television and say what they said, that's exactly what Russ said. It's exactly what McNamara said. It's exactly what Johnson was saying. All those players, that cast of characters, said the same thing that these folks are saying right now.
You know, I stood up for principle in this film to do what was right. You know, I honored my commitment to my country. I went and fought in a war that I did not believe in. I've killed people. I've seen men die. And for what? I want you to ask yourself that question. What was this war about? When you leave here, when you go back to your states, and when you go back into your homes. But this is what I want you to do for me. Get involved. Politics runs your life. It depends. They put together budgets and ideas that put food in your mouth, clothes on your back. So get out there, do your deed, and vote. That is the biggest responsibility that you have to yourselves and this country. People have died for us to have the ability to vote. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Yeah, the revolution starts now in your own backyard.